Every tired mind you see walking through the day is carrying a story no one else can hear. On the outside, life continues as usual. Conversations happen, work gets done, smiles appear when they are needed. But inside, something quieter is happening. Thoughts circling the same worries, old conversations replaying themselves, responsibilities stacking one on top of another until the mind begins to feel like a room with too many voices speaking at once. Not because life is unbearable, but because the mind was never taught where to place its burdens when the day is over. Most of us were taught how to move forward, but never how to slow down. We learned how to solve problems, chase goals, and keep pushing when things became difficult. But almost no one ever showed us how to quiet the noise that stays behind when everything else becomes silent. So the mind keeps working long after the body is ready to rest. It keeps searching, analyzing, replaying, trying to control tomorrow before tomorrow even arrives. But deep inside you, there is another possibility waiting. A calmer place beneath the constant thinking. A place where the mind does not need to argue with the past or predict the future. A place where the weight you carry begins to loosen, little by little, without force and without struggle. The Stoic philosophers understood something many people forget. The mind becomes tired, not because life is difficult, but because we try to carry every thought as if it were urgent. Marcus Aurelius once reminded himself that the mind is strongest when it learns to step back from its own noise. That peace does not come from controlling the world, but from gently releasing the need to control every thought inside it. When the mind stops gripping every worry, something remarkable happens. The tension softens, the pressure fades, and the mind slowly remembers how to rest again. Tonight, this space is here for that reason, not to force the mind into silence, not to fight the thoughts that appear, but to guide the mind back towards stillness in the quiet, patient way the Stoics practiced centuries ago. Over the next 4 hours, the goal is simple: to help the mind loosen its grip on the day that has already passed, to allow the thoughts that have been circling for hours to slowly lose their urgency, to give your inner world the space it needs to settle, the same way a storm eventually settles when the wind finally stops pushing the water. Nothing needs to be solved tonight. Nothing needs to be figured out. Nothing needs to be fixed before you rest. The mind does not need more effort. It needs permission to let go. So allow the weight of the day to soften. Allow the constant thinking to slow its pace, and allow the quiet wisdom that lives beneath the noise of the mind to begin doing what it has always known how to do. Restore balance, restore clarity, and gently repair the tired places inside you. Because sometimes the deepest healing does not come from pushing harder. It comes from finally letting the mind be still. The quiet has begun to settle now. The outside world is slowly stepping back. The responsibilities, the conversations, the movement of the day are no longer pulling at your attention. Yet the mind often continues working long after the world has gone still. Not because it wants to disturb your peace, but because it believes its job is never finished. There is a strange habit many minds carry into the night. When everything becomes quiet, the mind begins to review the unfinished pieces of the day. It revisits conversations that already ended. It replays moments that cannot be changed. It tries to solve tomorrow before tomorrow even exists. And the more it tries to solve everything, the more awake it becomes. This is one of the most common forms of hidden exhaustion. The Stoic philosophers noticed something very important about the human mind. They understood that the mind becomes restless when it believes every problem must be solved immediately, when the mind thinks it must prepare for every possible outcome, when it feels responsible for controlling events that are not even happening yet. So they practiced something simple but powerful. They trained themselves to stop solving life at night, not because problems disappear when ignored, but because the mind needs moments where it is allowed to release its grip on the unfinished pieces of life. Marcus Aurelius wrote many reminders to himself before resting at night. One of the most important was this quiet realization: the world will continue moving whether the mind keeps thinking about it or not. The mind often believes it is holding everything together through constant analysis. But in truth, most things continue unfolding on their own. When night arrives, the Stoics believed it was time to return the mind to simplicity. Throughout the day, the mind must make decisions, solve problems, and respond to challenges. But the night was not meant for endless mental labor. The night was meant for restoration. And restoration begins when the mind learns to loosen its grip on unfinished thoughts. Many people struggle with this because they feel that letting go means being irresponsible. They worry that if they stop thinking about their problems, those problems will somehow become worse. But the Stoics saw the opposite pattern. A tired mind does not think clearly. A restless mind cannot see solutions. When the mind keeps pushing through exhaustion, it only circles the same worries again and again. The mind begins to confuse movement with progress. You may notice this when certain thoughts repeat themselves during quiet moments. The same concern appears, disappears, and then returns again minutes later. Each time the mind believes it is getting closer to a solution. But often nothing new is discovered. The mind is simply trying to reassure itself by repeating the same process. This habit slowly drains mental energy. Stoic thinkers understood that some thoughts are not meant to be solved in the moment they appear. Some thoughts need distance, some questions need time, and some worries disappear naturally once the mind stops feeding them with constant attention. So, instead of forcing the mind to find answers, they practiced stepping back from the urge to solve everything. This does not mean rejecting thoughts. It simply means allowing them to pass through without grabbing them. When a thought appears, the mind usually does one of two things. It either follows the thought deeper into analysis, or it gently notices it and allows it to move on. The first path leads to endless loops. The second path leads toward calm observation. Stoic practice encourages the second approach. When a worry enters the mind at night, there is no need to wrestle with it. There is no need to search for a perfect solution before rest can happen. The mind can simply acknowledge the thought and quietly remind itself that this problem belongs to tomorrow. Tomorrow is where action happens. Tonight is where the mind recovers. This simple separation creates a powerful shift inside the mind. Instead of feeling responsible for every unresolved detail of life, the mind begins to understand that rest is also a form of preparation. Just like muscles repair themselves during sleep, the mind reorganizes itself during stillness. Ideas become clearer after rest. Solutions often appear when the mind is not forcing them. Many breakthroughs happen after stepping away from a problem. The Stoics trusted this natural process. They believed wisdom grows stronger when the mind learns when to engage and when to release. Endless thinking is not wisdom. True wisdom is knowing which thoughts deserve attention and which ones can quietly wait. Nighttime is the moment when the mind practices this release. The problems of life are not running away. They will still exist in the morning if they truly require attention. But many worries lose their intensity after the mind has rested. What once seemed urgent becomes manageable. What once felt overwhelming becomes clear. And sometimes what once seemed important simply fades away. The mind does not need to solve the entire future tonight. It only needs permission to pause. With every moment you allow the mind to loosen its grip, the inner noise begins to soften. The thoughts become slower. The space between them grows wider. And within that quiet space, the mind begins returning to its natural balance. This is where real rest begins, not when every problem is solved, but when the mind finally understands that it does not need to solve everything before it can be at peace. And as the mind slowly learns that it does not need to solve every problem tonight, another hidden tension begins to reveal itself. Many thoughts that keep the mind awake are not only about unfinished tasks or uncertain futures. A large part of mental exhaustion comes from something quieter, something more personal. The constant pressure to defend opinions, justify actions, and prove that we were right. A small but powerful realization begins to surface when the mind becomes still enough to notice it. Much of the mind's fatigue does not come from life itself, but from the silent battles we keep fighting inside our heads. There is a particular weight that many people carry without noticing it. The weight of always needing to be right. The pressure to defend every belief, correct every disagreement, and replay every conversation where someone misunderstood us. Even when the day is over, the mind sometimes continues these invisible debates long into the night. A comment someone made earlier returns to memory. A disagreement that ended hours ago begins playing again inside the mind. Words are rearranged, responses are improved, arguments are rebuilt. The mind tries to correct something that already happened. It tries to rewrite moments that no longer exist. This habit slowly drains mental energy. Stoic thinkers were deeply aware of this pattern. They noticed that people exhaust themselves not only through difficult events, but through the endless effort of defending their own perspective. The more someone becomes attached to being right, the more the mind becomes tense. Every disagreement feels like a threat. Every different opinion feels like a challenge that must be answered. But the Stoics saw something most people overlook. Being right is far less important than being peaceful. Epictetus often reminded his students that arguments rarely lead to clarity. When people argue, they are rarely trying to discover truth together. More often, they are trying to protect their sense of identity. They want to prove they are correct because they feel their worth depends on it. This is where the mind becomes trapped. When the need to be right becomes strong, the mind begins scanning every conversation for mistakes. It looks for ways people may have misunderstood us. It collects moments where we were challenged, and then it quietly stores those moments for later analysis. By the time night arrives, the mind has a long list of unresolved debates waiting to replay. But Stoic practice introduces a different way of responding to these situations. Instead of trying to win every argument, the Stoics practiced releasing the need to be correct in every moment. They understood that truth does not become stronger through forceful defense. In many situations, the wiser response is simply quiet acceptance, not acceptance that others are correct, but acceptance that proving something is not always necessary. This shift creates a surprising form of freedom. When the mind no longer feels responsible for correcting every misunderstanding, a large portion of mental tension disappears. Conversations become lighter. Disagreements lose their emotional weight. The mind no longer carries unfinished debates into the quiet hours of the night. Marcus Aurelius often wrote reminders to himself about this exact struggle. He observed that most disagreements happen because people see the world through different experiences. Each person believes their perspective is reasonable because it was shaped by their own life. This means that many arguments are not truly about right or wrong. They are simply about perspective. Once the mind understands this, it begins to relax its grip on the need to prove itself. It becomes easier to listen without preparing a defense. It becomes easier to let certain comments pass without needing to respond. The mind realizes that silence is often more powerful than correction. There is also another important realization behind this Stoic practice. When someone feels the need to be right at all times, they close the door to learning. The mind becomes rigid, protecting its current beliefs instead of exploring new understanding. But when the mind releases this need, curiosity returns. Suddenly, disagreement becomes an opportunity to observe rather than a threat to defeat. The Stoics valued this kind of mental flexibility. They believed wisdom grows when the mind remains open to adjusting its views. Being wrong is not a failure. It is often the beginning of deeper understanding. This attitude softens the mind in a powerful way. Instead of carrying the pressure of defending every opinion, the mind becomes more interested in seeing clearly. The goal shifts from winning arguments to discovering truth, and truth does not require constant defense. It simply reveals itself over time. As this mindset becomes stronger, the mind stops replaying conversations long after they have ended. The need to prove something fades. The mind no longer searches for perfect responses to things that were said earlier in the day. This creates a quiet form of healing, because many thoughts that disturb sleep are not problems that need solving. They are simply echoes of the ego trying to protect itself. When the ego relaxes its grip, those echoes lose their intensity. The mind begins to rest more easily. Instead of revisiting every disagreement, the mind gently releases them. Instead of correcting every misunderstanding, it allows people to hold their own perspectives. Instead of proving something tonight, it waits for tomorrow to reveal what truly matters. And in that release, something important happens. The mind becomes lighter. Without the burden of defending itself constantly, it finally begins to experience the calm that was always possible beneath the noise of endless arguments. Peace does not arrive because the mind wins every debate. Peace arrives when the mind no longer feels the need to fight them. As the mind slowly loosens its grip on arguments and the quiet pressure to always be right, another layer of mental tension begins to fade. Many thoughts that disturb the night are not really about disagreement at all. They are about unfinished concerns. Small worries the mind keeps carrying forward as if they must be solved immediately. The mind often believes that if it keeps thinking long enough, it will finally resolve everything before morning arrives. Yet, this is exactly where the Stoics introduced another gentle discipline. There is a strange feeling that appears when the day begins to end. The world slows down, responsibilities pause, and silence returns. But the mind often reacts in the opposite way. Instead of becoming quiet, it becomes busy. Thoughts begin to move quickly again, collecting unfinished tasks, unresolved questions, and future concerns that suddenly feel urgent. A problem that seemed manageable earlier in the day now feels larger. A decision that could easily wait until tomorrow begins demanding attention tonight. The mind opens every file at once, searching for answers that may not even exist yet. This habit slowly builds mental exhaustion. The Stoic philosophers observed this pattern long ago. They understood that the mind often creates pressure by refusing to separate time properly. Instead of allowing the present moment to remain simple, the mind tries to handle tomorrow's responsibilities while the day is already ending. So they practiced something that may sound simple, but carries deep wisdom. They learned how to return problems to tomorrow, not by ignoring them, not by pretending they do not exist, but by recognizing that each part of life has its proper moment. The daytime is meant for action and decision. The nighttime is meant for reflection and rest. When the mind mixes these moments together, confusion and fatigue begin to grow. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself of this separation. When worries tried to pull him into endless thinking, he would quietly acknowledge them and place them back where they belonged, in the next day, when action would actually be possible. This small act created space inside the mind, because many problems cannot be solved in the quiet hours of the night. No decision can be made while lying in bed. No conversation can be corrected. No future event can be controlled before it happens. Yet the mind sometimes acts as if these things are still possible, if it just keeps thinking a little longer. The Stoics recognized this illusion. Thinking without action often becomes circular. The mind walks the same path again and again, believing progress is being made when in reality nothing is changing. Each repetition only strengthens the sense of urgency. Returning problems to tomorrow interrupts this cycle. When a concern appears at night, the Stoic response is calm and simple. The mind acknowledges the issue, recognizes that it exists, and then gently places it where it can actually be addressed later. This is not avoidance, it is discipline. The mind is simply being reminded that tonight is not the moment for solving everything. There is something deeply reassuring about this practice. It teaches the mind that it does not need to hold every responsibility at once. Problems can be organized, concerns can wait in their proper place. Life does not collapse because a thought was postponed until morning. In fact, the opposite often happens. When the mind releases a problem for the night, something interesting occurs during rest. The brain continues working quietly beneath awareness. Connections reorganize, emotions soften. What once seemed overwhelming becomes clearer after sleep. Many people have experienced this without realizing it. A difficult decision that felt impossible at night suddenly feels simple in the morning. A worry that seemed urgent loses its intensity after rest. A solution that could not be seen earlier becomes obvious with fresh eyes. The Stoics trusted this natural process. They believed wisdom does not come from forcing the mind to work endlessly. Wisdom grows when the mind knows when to engage and when to release control. Rest is not the opposite of productivity. It is part of the cycle that allows clarity to appear. This understanding slowly changes the way the mind responds to worry. Instead of gripping every problem immediately, the mind becomes comfortable placing concerns into tomorrow's hands. It trusts that the future version of itself will be more capable of dealing with the situation after rest. This quiet trust removes a great deal of pressure, because the mind no longer feels alone with its problems in the middle of the night. It understands that tomorrow will bring a new perspective, new energy, and the ability to act where action is actually possible. Night becomes a place of restoration again. When a thought appears that belongs to tomorrow, the mind gently acknowledges it and sets it aside. Not with frustration, not with resistance, but with calm understanding. This concern has its time, and that time is not now. Little by little, the mind begins to relax its constant sense of urgency. The thoughts become less demanding. The need to control every outcome fades into the background. What remains is something much quieter, a feeling that the mind does not need to carry the entire future tonight, that life unfolds one moment at a time, and that the most powerful thing the mind can do right now is simply allow tomorrow to arrive when it arrives. As the mind becomes more comfortable returning its problems to tomorrow, something else begins to reveal itself beneath the surface. Many people assume that peace arrives when the mind successfully removes every worry. They believe calm must be created through effort, as if the mind must force itself into silence before rest can happen. But this belief quietly creates another form of pressure, because when someone tries too hard to become calm, the mind begins fighting itself again. You may notice this during quiet moments. The body lies still, the lights are off, and the day has ended. Yet a small tension appears inside the mind. Thoughts are moving, emotions are shifting, and the mind becomes frustrated with its own restlessness. It begins telling itself that it should be calmer, that it should stop thinking, that it should relax faster. And suddenly the mind is working again. This is the hidden trap of forced calm. The Stoic philosophers understood that peace cannot be pushed into existence through effort. Calm is not something the mind can command the way it commands a decision or a task. In fact, the more someone tries to force stillness, the more resistance appears. The mind begins wrestling with itself. Instead of becoming quiet, it becomes more alert. Instead of relaxing, it tightens. Every new thought becomes evidence that calm has not yet been achieved, and the pressure slowly grows. The Stoics took a very different approach to this struggle. They believed calm appears naturally when the mind stops trying to control every internal movement. Instead of fighting thoughts, they practiced observing them. Instead of demanding silence, they allowed the mind to move the way it needed to move. This small change removes an enormous amount of inner pressure, because the mind is no longer required to perform perfectly. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind does not need to eliminate thoughts in order to be at peace. Thoughts are simply part of being human. They appear, they move, and they fade. The problem begins when the mind treats each thought as something that must be managed immediately. This habit creates the feeling of pressure inside the mind. When every thought demands attention, the mind feels crowded. Each idea competes for focus. Each emotion demands interpretation. And soon the mind becomes overwhelmed by its own effort to organize everything. But Stoic wisdom suggests something far gentler. Instead of organizing every thought, the mind can allow them to pass through like clouds moving across the sky. The sky itself does not struggle against the clouds. It simply remains open while they drift by. The mind can learn the same posture. When a thought appears, there is no need to chase it or push it away. The mind simply notices that it is there. It acknowledges the thought the way someone might notice a sound in the distance, without urgency, without resistance. Then it allows the thought to continue on its way. At first, this may feel unfamiliar because many people are used to responding to every thought immediately. The mind has been trained to analyze everything. But over time, something remarkable begins to happen. Thoughts begin to lose their intensity. Without constant attention feeding them, they become lighter. The mind stops building long chains of reasoning that stretch far into the night. Each thought becomes shorter, quieter, and less demanding. This is how inner pressure begins dissolving on its own. The Stoics believed the mind becomes calm not through control, but through perspective. When the mind stops treating every thought as urgent, the internal atmosphere begins to change. The tension that once filled the space slowly fades, and calm appears naturally. It is very similar to the way muddy water becomes clear when it is left undisturbed. If someone constantly stirs the water, the particles remain suspended and the water stays cloudy. But when the water is allowed to rest, the mud slowly settles to the bottom. The mind works in the same way. When thoughts are constantly stirred through analysis and resistance, the mind stays cloudy and restless. But when thoughts are allowed to settle without interference, clarity returns by itself. This process does not require force, it requires patience. The Stoics understood that peace grows quietly beneath the surface when the mind learns to step back from its own urgency. The mind becomes less interested in controlling every internal movement. Instead, it becomes curious about observing them. This curiosity softens the inner atmosphere. Instead of struggling against thoughts, the mind begins watching them with a kind of gentle distance. It notices how they appear suddenly, how they shift, and how they eventually disappear when left alone. This observation slowly builds trust. The mind begins to realize it does not need to solve or silence every thought. Most of them dissolve naturally once they are no longer held tightly. The pressure that once seemed permanent begins fading with each moment of release. And in that space, calm begins to emerge without effort. Not as something the mind created, but as something that was already there, waiting quietly beneath the noise of constant control. As the mind slowly learns that calm cannot be forced, another quiet change begins to take place. The pressure that once filled every thought starts to loosen. The mind no longer feels the need to chase every idea or wrestle every emotion into silence. Yet, even after this shift, certain worries can still appear heavy. Some problems continue to feel larger than they truly are, not because they are impossible to solve, but because the mind is viewing them too closely. This is where the Stoics practiced another powerful way of lightening the mind. There is a particular feeling that comes when something goes wrong in life. A mistake happens. Someone says something hurtful. A plan does not unfold the way it was expected. In those moments, the mind tends to zoom in very tightly on the problem. It studies the details, replaying events again and again, until the situation begins to feel enormous. The closer the mind stands to a problem, the heavier it becomes. A small difficulty can suddenly feel like a permanent failure. A temporary discomfort begins to feel like it will last forever. The mind starts telling itself that the present moment defines everything that will follow. But the Stoics trained themselves to step back from this narrow view. Instead of looking only at the present moment, they stretched their perspective across time. They asked a simple question whenever a problem appeared. How important will this moment be when seen from a greater distance? Marcus Aurelius often reflected on this idea while ruling an empire filled with constant challenges. Wars, political conflict, betrayals, and uncertainty surrounded him every day. Yet he reminded himself again and again that most events that feel overwhelming in the moment eventually fade into small memories. Time has a way of shrinking the things that once seemed enormous. Think about a moment in the past that once caused great stress. At the time, it may have felt like the entire world was pressing down. The mind searched desperately for solutions. Sleep may have been difficult. The situation seemed impossible to escape. Yet months or years later, that same event often appears smaller than it once felt. Sometimes it becomes a lesson. Sometimes it becomes a story. And sometimes it disappears from memory entirely. The Stoics used this natural effect of time to reduce emotional weight in the present moment. Instead of allowing the mind to treat every difficulty as permanent, they practiced mentally placing the problem into the wider flow of life. They reminded themselves that time moves forward, regardless of how intense the current moment may feel. Nothing in life stays frozen forever. The mind becomes lighter when it understands this truth. A stressful moment today does not represent the entire future. A mistake does not define the entire story of a life. A disappointment does not control every chapter that follows. When the mind expands its view across time, problems begin shrinking to their real size. This does not mean pretending difficulties do not matter. The Stoics never suggested ignoring challenges. Instead, they encouraged people to recognize that every event belongs to a larger timeline. A moment that feels unbearable today may simply be one small step in a much longer journey. This perspective creates emotional distance without denial. The mind can still respond to the situation, but it does not need to carry the same weight of urgency. The problem becomes something that can be handled rather than something that defines everything. Another Stoic reflection helps strengthen this mindset. They often reminded themselves that every human life is brief when viewed from the scale of history. Entire empires have risen and fallen within the passage of time. Generations of people have lived full lives, faced difficulties, and eventually disappeared into memory. Seen from that wider horizon, many personal worries begin to soften. The mind recognizes that most struggles are temporary chapters rather than permanent conditions. What feels overwhelming now will eventually become part of the past, and the future will continue unfolding with new opportunities, new lessons, and new experiences. This understanding removes a great deal of emotional pressure, because when the mind believes every difficulty is permanent, it reacts with panic. It searches desperately for ways to escape the situation. But when the mind remembers that time naturally reshapes every experience, patience becomes possible. Patience creates space. Instead of reacting immediately to every uncomfortable feeling, the mind allows time to do part of the work. Emotions soften. Perspective grows. The problem becomes easier to understand once the initial wave of intensity passes. The Stoics trusted this quiet process. They believed that wisdom grows when the mind learns to stand back from its own urgency. A problem may still exist, but it does not need to dominate every moment of attention. The mind can observe it calmly, knowing that the passage of time will gradually reveal its true importance. Many worries shrink naturally when they are no longer magnified by constant attention. As the mind practices this way of seeing, emotional weight begins to dissolve. The present moment becomes lighter because it is no longer carrying the entire future on its shoulders. Life is understood as a long, unfolding path rather than a single, overwhelming moment. And within that wider view, even difficult experiences become easier to carry. Because the mind finally remembers something simple but powerful. Nothing stays as heavy as it first appears when time is allowed to move forward. As problems begin to feel lighter through the passage of time, the mind slowly learns that not every thought deserves its full attention. Many worries shrink simply because the mind no longer magnifies them. Yet there is another quiet habit that often keeps the mind busy long after the day has ended. The habit of trying to finish every thought that appears. This habit seems harmless at first. A thought begins forming in the mind, and naturally the mind follows it. It wants to understand it fully. It wants to see where the thought leads. The mind begins connecting ideas, exploring possibilities, and building small chains of reasoning that stretch from one idea to the next. But something interesting happens when this process continues for too long. The mind rarely stops with just one thought. One thought leads to another. That second thought opens the door to a third. Soon the mind is traveling through long paths of reflection, that have little to do with the original concern. The night becomes filled with unfinished stories the mind keeps trying to complete. The Stoics noticed this pattern long ago. They observed that many thoughts appear suddenly, without invitation. Some come from memory, some arise from imagination, others come from simple curiosity. But the moment a thought appears, the mind often feels compelled to follow it until it reaches some kind of conclusion. This constant pursuit slowly tires the mind, because not every thought needs to be explored to the end. Many thoughts are like passing sounds in the distance. They appear for a moment and then fade naturally if they are left alone. But when the mind insists on finishing every thought, it begins giving energy to ideas that might have disappeared on their own. This is where Stoic practice introduces a different relationship with thinking. Instead of chasing every thought to its conclusion, the mind can allow certain thoughts to remain unfinished. The mind can notice that a thought appeared, recognize its presence, and then simply allow it to pass without completing the entire story. This may feel unusual at first because the mind is trained to seek closure. When a question appears, the mind wants an answer. When a memory appears, the mind wants to analyze it. When a possibility appears, the mind wants to explore every outcome. But this constant search for completion often creates mental fatigue. The Stoics understood that clarity does not come from finishing every thought. Clarity grows when the mind learns which thoughts deserve attention and which ones can quietly dissolve. Many thoughts that seem important at first lose their power when they are not pursued. Without attention feeding them, they begin to fade, the same way a distant echo fades when no one responds. Marcus Aurelius often practiced this quiet form of observation. When thoughts appeared that did not require action, he would simply notice them and allow them to drift away. He did not treat every thought as a command that demanded a response. This small shift changes the atmosphere of the mind. Instead of becoming a place where every idea is examined, the mind becomes a place where thoughts can move freely without creating tension. Some thoughts appear and disappear within seconds. Others linger briefly and then fade once the mind stops feeding them with analysis. The mind becomes less crowded. This does not mean important thoughts are ignored. When a thought truly requires attention, it naturally returns with clarity. The difference is that the mind no longer feels obligated to chase every small idea that passes through. The mind begins to trust that it can let certain thoughts go unfinished. This trust creates space. When the mind stops finishing every thought, the stream of thinking becomes softer. Ideas appear, pause for a moment, and then move on. The mind observes them with quiet curiosity rather than intense involvement. This gentle observation slowly calms the internal atmosphere. Instead of building long chains of reasoning that stretch deep into the night, thoughts remain brief and light. They come and go like small waves touching the shore and then retreating again. The Stoics valued this simplicity of mind. They believed that wisdom grows not from endless thinking, but from learning when thinking is unnecessary. A mind that finishes every thought becomes overwhelmed by its own activity. But a mind that allows thoughts to pass naturally becomes clear and steady. This steadiness supports rest, because the mind no longer feels responsible for solving every idea that appears. Thoughts can exist without being completed. Questions can remain unanswered for now. Memories can appear without requiring analysis.
The mind becomes more relaxed with uncertainty.
Instead of demanding resolution, it allows thoughts to remain open for a while, and often those unfinished thoughts lose their importance once they are left alone. What once felt urgent becomes quiet. What once demanded explanation becomes a simple moment passing through awareness. Little by little, the mind begins to understand that peace does not come from completing every thought.
Peace appears when the mind learns that it is safe to let some thoughts remain unfinished.
As the mind becomes comfortable allowing certain thoughts to pass without finishing them, something else begins to soften beneath the surface. The constant pressure to complete every thought slowly fades, and with it, another quiet burden starts to reveal itself. The belief that the mind must understand everything before it can finally relax.
This belief is more common than most people realize.
Many minds carry the silent rule that rest must be earned through understanding. If something confusing happens during the day, the mind wants to solve it before sleep arrives. If an emotional moment occurred, the mind wants to explain it fully. If a situation feels uncertain, the mind tries to build answers before allowing itself to settle. And so the mind keeps searching. It reviews conversations, analyzes decisions, and asks questions that may not have clear answers yet. It tries to connect every detail into a complete picture so that nothing remains unresolved. The mind believes that clarity must come first, and rest can only happen afterward.
But the Stoics discovered something that gently challenges this idea.
The mind does not need to understand everything in order to rest.
In fact, the constant search for understanding is often what keeps the mind awake.
Human life contains many situations that cannot be fully explained in a single moment. People act in ways that do not always make sense. Events unfold with causes that remain hidden. Emotions rise and fall for reasons that are not immediately clear. When the mind demands full understanding of every experience, it places itself in an impossible position, because some answers only appear with time. The Stoic philosophers accepted this truth with calm humility. They understood that the human mind, no matter how intelligent, cannot fully grasp every event as it happens. Life unfolds across layers of experience, and sometimes meaning only becomes visible after distance has softened the moment. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself of this limitation. He reflected on the fact that many events that appear confusing in the present eventually become understandable when seen from a wider perspective. What once seemed chaotic may later reveal its purpose. What once felt unfair may later lead to unexpected growth.
But that clarity does not always arrive immediately.
The Stoic response to this uncertainty was not frustration. It was patience. Instead of forcing the mind to explain every event right away, they practiced accepting that some things remain unclear for a while. The mind was allowed to pause its search for answers. It was allowed to rest in the presence of questions that had not yet been solved.
This attitude removes a surprising amount of pressure, because the mind no longer feels responsible for understanding everything tonight.
Consider how often the mind keeps working simply because it wants an explanation. A situation from earlier in the day reappears in memory. The mind tries to determine why someone behaved the way they did. It searches for hidden meanings in words that were spoken. It analyzes every small detail, hoping to reach a clear conclusion. Yet sometimes there is no conclusion waiting to be discovered. Sometimes people act from emotions they do not even understand themselves. Sometimes events happen without a clear explanation. And sometimes the meaning of an experience only becomes visible after many days or even years.
The Stoics found peace by accepting this reality.
Instead of exhausting the mind in endless attempts to decode every moment, they allowed certain mysteries to remain unfinished. They trusted that life reveals its lessons gradually, not all at once. This trust allows the mind to relax. When the mind stops demanding immediate understanding, the flow of thoughts becomes quieter. Questions are allowed to exist without urgent answers. Uncertainty becomes something the mind can hold gently, instead of something it must eliminate. The inner atmosphere becomes calmer. Instead of circling the same unanswered questions again and again, the mind acknowledges that some things are simply beyond immediate explanation. It allows the unknown to remain unknown for now. This practice also strengthens emotional resilience. When the mind expects to understand everything instantly, every confusing event becomes frustrating. But when the mind accepts that understanding often unfolds slowly, it becomes easier to move through uncertainty without stress. The Stoics believed wisdom includes recognizing the limits of one's knowledge. True intelligence does not mean having answers for everything. It means knowing when to stop searching for answers that are not yet ready to appear. This humility protects the mind from exhaustion, because the mind no longer feels pressured to solve every mystery of life before resting. It understands that tomorrow may bring new perspective. Time may reveal hidden meaning, and sometimes the simple passage of experience will provide clarity that effort alone cannot create. With this understanding, the mind begins to settle more easily. Questions can remain open without causing disturbance. Situations can stay unresolved without demanding constant reflection. The mind becomes comfortable with the quiet space between not knowing and eventual understanding. And within that space, rest becomes possible. Not because everything has been explained, but because the mind finally accepts that it does not need to understand everything in order to be at peace tonight. As the mind begins to relax its demand to understand everything immediately, another quiet source of tension often appears. Even when questions are allowed to remain unanswered, the heart may still hold on to certain moments from the day. Not problems that need solving, but conversations that did not end the way the mind expected. There is a particular kind of thought that returns easily during quiet hours. A conversation that felt incomplete, words that could have been said differently, silences that now seem heavy with meaning. The mind replays the scene slowly. It listens again to the tone of a voice, searches for hidden intentions, and wonders if something important was left unsaid. A simple exchange that ended hours ago begins to unfold again in memory, this time with the mind trying to finish the emotional thread that never fully closed. This is one of the quiet reasons many minds struggle to rest. Human conversations rarely end with perfect clarity. People speak while carrying their own emotions, their own worries, their own perspectives. Sometimes the right words appear too late. Sometimes a response arrives too quickly. And sometimes a moment simply ends before both sides have said everything they meant to say. The Stoics were very familiar with this reality. They understood that human interaction is often incomplete by nature. Not every conversation reaches perfect understanding. Not every disagreement finds resolution in the moment it occurs. And not every emotional exchange receives the response the heart hoped for. Yet the mind often tries to correct this afterward. When night arrives and the world becomes quiet, the mind reopens the conversation. It imagines how the moment could have unfolded differently. It builds new sentences that would have explained things more clearly. It tries to repair the emotional imbalance by rewriting the past. But this effort creates another form of inner exhaustion, because the past cannot return to accept those new words. The Stoics practiced a gentle discipline that helped release this burden. They learned to quietly accept that some emotional conversations remain unfinished for a time. Instead of forcing closure through endless mental replay, they allowed the moment to rest where it had ended. This acceptance does not mean indifference. It does not mean pretending the conversation did not matter. What it means is recognizing that not every emotional exchange can be resolved immediately. Sometimes understanding grows slowly. Sometimes distance is needed before clarity appears. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the unpredictable nature of human interaction. Every person carries unseen struggles, hidden fears, and private interpretations of the world. When two people meet in conversation, these invisible layers shape what is said and what is left unsaid. Expecting perfect understanding in every moment places too much weight on a single interaction. The Stoic mind learns to loosen this expectation. When a conversation feels unresolved, the mind gently reminds itself that emotional clarity often takes time. The other person may need distance to process their feelings. New opportunities for understanding may appear later. What feels incomplete tonight may naturally continue another day. This perspective softens the urge to mentally replay the moment again and again. The mind begins to realize that healing does not always happen through immediate resolution. Sometimes emotional balance returns simply through patience. When the mind stops forcing the conversation to continue inside its own thoughts, the emotional intensity gradually fades. Silence begins to replace the inner debate. The Stoics valued this quiet patience deeply. They believed that emotional maturity includes accepting the natural rhythm of relationships. Some conversations move quickly toward understanding. Others unfold slowly across days, months, or even years. When the mind accepts this rhythm, it stops demanding closure from every moment. This acceptance creates emotional space. Instead of holding the entire conversation inside the mind, the experience is gently placed back into the flow of life. The mind acknowledges what happened without needing to finish every emotional thread immediately. With time, the emotional weight begins to dissolve. Many moments that once felt incomplete eventually resolve themselves naturally. A future conversation brings new understanding. A simple gesture restores connection. Or the mind simply realizes that the moment was not as important as it once seemed. But none of this can happen while the mind keeps replaying the scene endlessly. The Stoic discipline invites the mind to release the need for perfect emotional closure tonight. It allows conversations to remain open where they ended. It trusts that life will provide new moments where understanding can grow. And sometimes, the greatest peace comes from simply allowing the moment to be unfinished. Not every feeling must be resolved before rest. Not every word must be spoken tonight. Some conversations belong to tomorrow, and some quietly fade away once the mind allows them to rest where they are. As the mind learns to leave certain conversations where they ended, another subtle shift begins to happen inside. The pressure to resolve every emotional thread slowly fades. Yet there is still a deeper habit many people carry without noticing it, the habit of trying to control the mind itself. Even after the day has ended and the body is ready for rest, the mind sometimes begins giving itself commands. It tells itself to stop thinking. It demands that certain feelings disappear. It insists that calm must arrive immediately. And when those commands do not work, frustration begins to grow. The mind becomes irritated with its own restlessness. It begins pushing harder, trying to force thoughts into silence. But this effort often creates the opposite result. The more the mind tries to control itself, the more resistance appears. This quiet struggle is one of the hidden reasons the mind remains tense. The Stoic philosophers noticed this pattern long ago. They observed that many people treat the mind the same way they treat external problems. When something feels uncomfortable, they try to dominate it with effort. They try to force order onto every internal movement. But the mind does not respond well to force. Thoughts are not machines that obey commands. Emotions do not vanish simply because they are told to disappear. The mind becomes calmer through a different approach. Instead of control, the Stoics practiced softening. This idea may sound simple, but it changes the entire relationship with the mind. Softening does not mean surrendering to every thought or emotion. It means removing the harsh pressure that comes from trying to dominate them. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind becomes disturbed not by events themselves, but by the judgments we place on those events. When the mind labels every thought as a problem, tension immediately rises. But when the mind relaxes its judgments, thoughts lose much of their intensity. Softening the mind begins with this shift. Instead of treating every thought as an enemy that must be defeated, the mind begins to treat thoughts with gentle curiosity. A thought appears, and instead of pushing it away, the mind simply observes it. There is no need to wrestle with it. There is no need to silence it. The mind allows the thought to exist for a moment without giving it control. This quiet observation removes the harsh tension that comes from resistance. Something interesting happens when the mind softens in this way. Thoughts that once seemed powerful begin losing their strength. Without resistance feeding them, they slowly dissolve. The mind no longer feels like a battlefield where ideas must fight for dominance. Instead, the mind becomes a space where thoughts can move freely without creating pressure. The Stoics believed that wisdom grows when the mind stops reacting to every internal movement with force. They understood that calm is not something that can be commanded into existence. Calm appears naturally when the mind stops tightening against itself. This is very similar to how the body responds to tension. When someone tries too hard to relax a tight muscle, the muscle often becomes tighter. But when the body is allowed to soften gradually, the tension releases on its own. The mind follows the same pattern. Gentleness releases pressure faster than force. When the mind softens its grip on thoughts, emotions begin to settle naturally. Anxiety becomes less intense. Frustration loses its sharp edge. The internal atmosphere becomes quieter because the mind is no longer fighting every small disturbance. This does not mean difficult thoughts disappear instantly. Some thoughts will continue appearing. Some emotions will still rise from time to time. But the mind no longer treats them as problems that must be eliminated immediately. Instead, it creates space for them to exist without creating chaos. The Stoics practiced this quiet acceptance daily. They trained themselves to notice their thoughts without reacting harshly. When an unpleasant idea appeared, they did not punish themselves for thinking it. They simply observed it and allowed it to pass through awareness. Over time, this softened attitude created a calmer inner world. Because the mind was no longer exhausting itself through constant control, it became more flexible, more patient, and more resilient. Thoughts could appear without triggering immediate resistance. This flexibility is one of the deepest forms of inner strength. A rigid mind tries to control everything and becomes exhausted when control fails. But a softened mind moves with experience instead of fighting it. It remains steady even when thoughts are moving in different directions. Rest becomes easier in this state. The mind no longer feels responsible for perfect silence. It simply rests in the gentle rhythm of awareness. Thoughts may appear, but they do not create pressure. Emotions may move through,
but they do not demand immediate change. The internal world becomes lighter. And within that lightness, the mind finally discovers something it had been searching for through effort all along. Peace that arrives not through control, but through the quiet strength of softening. As the mind begins to soften, instead of trying to control every thought, a quiet spaciousness starts to appear inside. The pressure that once filled every corner of the mind slowly loosens. Thoughts no longer feel like enemies that must be pushed away. They become lighter movements, passing through awareness. Yet even in a softened mind, some thoughts can still feel heavy. Certain worries carry more weight than others. A concern about the future, a regret from the past, or a responsibility that feels overwhelming can suddenly settle into the mind like a stone. Even when the mind is no longer fighting itself, these thoughts sometimes remain dense and difficult to carry. The Stoics developed a powerful way to work with this weight. Instead of trying to remove heavy thoughts completely, they learned how to change the way those thoughts were viewed. They practiced shifting perspective. Because many thoughts feel heavy, not because of the event itself, but because of the angle from which the mind is looking at it. When the mind focuses closely on a problem, it often magnifies the difficulty. The mind begins examining every detail, imagining every possible outcome, and predicting consequences far into the future. From this narrow viewpoint, the situation appears enormous. But the Stoics trained themselves to step back. They widened their perspective until the situation was seen within the larger landscape of life. What once felt overwhelming began to shrink when placed into a broader context. Marcus Aurelius often used this technique when facing the responsibilities of leadership. Ruling an empire meant constant pressure, endless decisions, and conflicts that could easily consume the mind. Yet, he reminded himself to pause and look at events from a wider distance. He would reflect on the passing nature of human life. Generations had come before him, each believing their struggles were permanent. Entire cities had risen, flourished, and eventually disappeared. The problems that once seemed immense in their time had faded into small fragments of history. Seen from this wider horizon, many current worries became lighter. This perspective does not dismiss the present moment. The Stoics were not suggesting that problems should be ignored or minimized artificially. What they practiced was remembering that every event exists within a much larger flow of time. When the mind remembers this, the emotional weight begins to soften. A difficult moment today becomes one small chapter in a long story. A mistake becomes a lesson rather than a permanent mark. Even disappointment becomes easier to carry when it is understood as a temporary experience rather than a final outcome. Perspective stretches the mind beyond the narrow frame of the present moment. There is another way the Stoics used perspective to lighten the mind. They often reflected on the shared nature of human experience. When a person feels overwhelmed by a problem, the mind sometimes believes that this struggle is unique. It whispers that no one else understands. But Stoic thinkers reminded themselves that every human being faces difficulties. Every person experiences disappointment, confusion, and uncertainty. These experiences are not personal punishments. They are simply part of living a human life. When the mind recognizes this, something begins to change. The sense of isolation fades. The mind realizes that its struggles are not signs of failure, but common parts of existence. The emotional load becomes easier to carry when it is understood as something shared by all people across time. This realization creates quiet solidarity with the rest of humanity. The Stoics also practiced another powerful shift in perspective. When a problem appeared overwhelming, They would ask themselves how important this moment would seem in the future. Many events that feel enormous today will eventually become small memories. Time slowly reduces the sharpness of most difficulties. Knowing this allows the mind to loosen its grip on the present moment. Instead of treating every challenge as permanent, the mind remembers that change is always moving forward. Even the heaviest thoughts cannot remain unchanged forever. This awareness brings patience. Instead of reacting with urgency, the mind becomes willing to wait. It allows time to reveal new understanding. Situations that once seemed fixed begin to evolve as circumstances shift and new opportunities appear. Perspective also invites gratitude. When the mind steps back from a single problem and views the larger landscape of life, it often discovers many things that remain steady. Relationships, health, moments of quiet beauty, and simple experiences continue existing even while one difficulty occupies attention. The mind begins to see that life is never defined by a single moment. This broader view balances the emotional weight of difficult thoughts. The mind no longer sees only the problem in front of it. It sees the entire field of life surrounding that problem. And within that wider field, the problem becomes smaller. The Stoics trusted that perspective is one of the most powerful tools the mind possesses. It does not erase challenges, but it places them where they truly belong. Within the long flow of time, within the shared experience of humanity, and within a life that contains far more than any single moment. When the mind remembers this, heavy thoughts begin to soften. Not because the mind forced them to disappear, but because it finally stepped back far enough to see how small they truly are within the vast landscape of life. As the mind begins to see problems from a wider perspective, something subtle begins to shift inside. Thoughts that once felt enormous slowly start losing their sharp edges. The mind realizes that many worries were magnified simply because they were being viewed too closely. With distance, their weight becomes lighter. Yet there is another quiet force that often keeps the mind restless, even after perspective has softened things. That force is urgency. Certain thoughts do not simply appear in the mind. They arrive with a feeling of pressure. They whisper that something must be solved immediately, that an answer must be found now, that waiting is dangerous. The mind reacts to this urgency by becoming alert and tense. It begins working faster. A simple concern becomes a mission that demands resolution before the mind can relax. The heart beats slightly faster. The mind jumps from one possible outcome to another, searching for certainty. But the Stoics noticed something important about this feeling. Mental urgency is often an illusion created by the mind itself. Not every problem that feels urgent actually requires immediate action. The mind sometimes creates pressure simply because it dislikes uncertainty. When something is unclear, the mind tries to remove the discomfort by rushing toward an answer. Yet rushing rarely creates clarity. Instead, it produces agitation. The mind becomes impatient, pushing itself harder and harder to resolve something that may not need to be resolved right now. In this state, thoughts become louder and more demanding. The Stoics developed a different response to this internal pressure. Instead of reacting immediately to urgency, they practiced allowing it to fade on its own. This approach may sound simple, but it carries deep wisdom. When urgency appears in the mind, the natural reaction is to follow it. The mind believes that responding quickly will remove the discomfort. But the Stoics learned to pause. They recognized that urgency often weakens when it is not immediately obeyed. Like a wave rising in the ocean, urgency grows strong for a moment, and then slowly loses energy as it passes. The key is to allow that wave to move without trying to control it. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that many thoughts demanding immediate attention were simply temporary impulses. If he stepped back and waited, those impulses would often dissolve without needing any action at all. This waiting created space for clarity. When the mind stops chasing urgency, the intensity begins to fade. What felt like an emergency a few minutes ago may suddenly appear manageable. What once seemed overwhelming becomes just another problem that can be handled calmly when the proper moment arrives. The mind slowly learns that urgency is not always a reliable signal. Sometimes it is simply the mind reacting to discomfort. Another insight the Stoics practiced was recognizing the difference between what must be done now and what can wait. Many thoughts that appear urgent are actually about situations that cannot be changed in the present moment. A future conversation, a decision that requires more information, an event that has not yet happened. When the mind rushes toward these things at night, it creates unnecessary tension. Action is impossible in that moment, yet the mind behaves as if immediate effort will solve the situation. The Stoics gently reminded themselves that action belongs to the right time. Tonight may not be that time. By allowing urgency to fade naturally, the mind stops exhausting itself through constant reaction. Instead of jumping at every internal alarm, the mind becomes steady and patient. This patience transforms the internal atmosphere. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer demand instant solutions. The mind begins to observe them with calm attention. Some concerns remain important, but they lose the harsh intensity that once surrounded them. The mind becomes more deliberate. Instead of racing forward, it allows problems to settle until they can be approached with clarity. The sense of pressure slowly dissolves, replaced by a quieter confidence that things can be handled when the moment is right. The Stoics trusted the natural rhythm of the mind. They understood that clarity often emerges after urgency fades. When the mind stops pushing itself toward immediate answers, deeper understanding begins to surface. Solutions appear more naturally, decisions become easier, and the mind experiences a kind of relief that comes from no longer being driven by constant internal alarms. This relief allows rest to return. The mind no longer feels like it must remain alert every moment. It becomes comfortable, allowing certain concerns to rest quietly until tomorrow brings the opportunity for thoughtful action. Urgency loses its grip, and in the calm that follows, the mind discovers that many problems never required the pressure it once placed upon them. Peace begins not when every thought disappears, but when the mind learns that it does not need to answer every call of urgency the moment it appears. As the mind slowly learns to let urgency fade on its own, another quiet realization begins to appear. Many thoughts that once felt urgent were not truly emergencies at all. They were simply the mind reacting to discomfort. When the mind stopped rushing to fix everything immediately, the pressure began to soften. Yet beneath urgency, there is often something deeper, a quiet resistance to the way things already are. Many thoughts that disturb the mind are not only about problems or decisions. They are arguments the mind keeps having with reality itself. Something happened during the day that the mind did not want. A situation unfolded differently than expected. A person behaved in a way that felt unfair, and even after the moment has passed, the mind continues fighting it. It replays the event again and again, trying to rearrange what already happened. It searches for different outcomes, imagines alternative responses, and silently protests against the way things turned out. This invisible argument creates enormous exhaustion, because reality has already moved forward, but the mind keeps trying to rewrite the past. The Stoic philosophers understood this struggle very well. They observed that people often suffer not from events themselves, but from the constant resistance to those events. When the mind refuses to accept what has already happened, it traps itself inside a loop of frustration. The mind becomes like someone pushing against a closed door long after the door has been locked. No matter how much effort is used, the door does not move. The Stoics discovered that true rest begins the moment this struggle stops. They practiced something simple but powerful, accepting reality exactly as it appears in the present moment. Not because everything that happens is pleasant, not because life always unfolds fairly, but because arguing with what has already occurred cannot change it. Marcus Aurelius wrote many reflections about this idea. He reminded himself that every event that enters life becomes part of reality the moment it happens. Once something occurs, it belongs to the past. Fighting against it in the mind does not reverse the event. It only prolongs the disturbance. Acceptance, however, releases that disturbance. This does not mean approving of everything that happens. Stoic acceptance is not passive surrender. It simply means recognizing that reality cannot be changed through mental resistance. The moment something has occurred, the mind has two choices. It can continue arguing with the event, replaying it endlessly, or it can acknowledge the event and allow life to continue moving forward. The Stoics chose the second path. They understood that acceptance creates space inside the mind. When the mind stops fighting reality, an enormous amount of mental energy becomes available again. The mind no longer spends hours replaying moments that cannot be undone. Instead, it becomes calm enough to focus on what can actually be influenced. Another reason this practice creates peace is that reality itself is constantly changing. Situations that feel uncomfortable in one moment may evolve into something different later. But when the mind resists what is happening now, it becomes stuck in the past moment. Acceptance allows the mind to move with life instead of against it. The Stoics also believed that reality often contains lessons hidden beneath difficult experiences. When the mind stops arguing with events, it becomes more capable of seeing what those experiences can teach. A mistake may reveal wisdom. A disappointment may build patience. A challenge may strengthen character. But these lessons remain invisible when the mind is trapped in resistance. The mind becomes too busy fighting the event to understand it. Acceptance opens the door to understanding. Once the mind stops trying to rewrite the moment, it can observe it more clearly. The emotional intensity begins to fade. What once felt overwhelming becomes something the mind can examine calmly. This calm observation allows growth to appear. The Stoics trusted that life unfolds according to forces larger than any single person's control. Weather changes. People act according to their own experiences. Events arise from countless causes interacting at once. Trying to control all of this is impossible, but learning to accept it creates stability. When the mind stops demanding that life unfold according to its expectations, it becomes more flexible. Unexpected events no longer feel like personal attacks. They become part of the natural movement of existence. This shift transforms the inner world. The mind becomes quieter because it is no longer fighting every uncomfortable situation. Energy that once fueled frustration now supports patience and clarity. Rest begins to return naturally, because the mind no longer feels trapped in endless arguments with reality. Instead, it begins to move with life the way a river moves with the shape of the land. It flows around obstacles rather than crashing against them. It continues forward without exhausting itself through constant resistance. This is the peace the Stoics practiced. Not a life without difficulty, but a mind that understands something deeply freeing. The moment the mind stops arguing with what already exists, it finally becomes light enough to rest. As the mind begins to rest by accepting reality instead of fighting it, something subtle becomes easier to notice. Thoughts still appear, of course. The mind does not suddenly become empty. Ideas, memories, and feelings continue moving through awareness just as they always have. But now the mind is a little quieter. And in that quiet, a new observation becomes possible. Not every thought that appears is permanent. Some thoughts pass quickly. Others stay for a few moments and then fade. A few may return several times before disappearing again. Yet when the mind becomes still enough to watch them carefully, something surprising becomes clear. Thoughts behave very much like weather. The Stoics often describe the inner world in a similar way. They believe the mind is not defined by the thoughts passing through it. Just as the sky is not defined by the clouds that move across it, the mind itself remains larger and steadier than the thoughts appearing inside it. But most people forget this. When a strong thought arrives, the mind tends to treat it as something permanent. A worry appears, and suddenly it feels as if the worry will stay forever. A memory surfaces, and it feels as if the past has returned to stay in the present moment. The mind begins identifying with the thought. Instead of noticing the thought as something passing through, the mind steps inside it. It begins analyzing it, reacting to it, and feeding it with more attention. Soon the single thought grows larger because it is being followed and expanded. The Stoics practiced something very different. They trained themselves to observe thoughts the same way someone might observe clouds moving across the sky. When a cloud appears, the sky does not panic. It does not try to hold the cloud in place or push it away. It simply allows the cloud to move. In the same way, Stoic thinkers allowed thoughts to appear without treating them as permanent conditions of the mind. They recognized that thoughts are temporary movements of awareness. Marcus Aurelius wrote about this repeatedly in his private reflections. He reminded himself that many disturbing thoughts only gained power because he gave them attention. If he stepped back and simply observed them, they often lost their intensity. This is the quiet discipline of observation. Instead of reacting immediately to a thought, the mind pauses. It notices the thought the way someone notices rain beginning to fall. The rain may continue for a while, but it will eventually stop. Thoughts behave in the same way. A worry may appear suddenly, bringing with it a feeling of tension. The mind may feel pulled toward it, wanting to solve the worry immediately. But if the mind pauses and simply watches the thought instead of chasing it, something interesting happens. The thought begins to move. It may grow for a moment, then weaken. Another thought may replace it. Soon the original worry begins fading into the background. Just like weather patterns, thoughts rarely stay the same for long. Storms pass. Clouds break apart. Clear skies return. The Stoics believed the mind becomes calmer when it understands this natural rhythm. Many people suffer because they assume their thoughts define their reality. When a negative thought appears, they believe it represents something permanent about their life. But a thought is only a moment of mental weather. It arrives, changes shape, and eventually leaves. This perspective gives the mind a sense of distance from its own activity. Instead of becoming trapped inside every thought, the mind becomes the observer of those thoughts. This observer position is powerful. From this place, the mind can notice a thought without becoming controlled by it. A memory may appear, but it does not demand a reaction. A worry may rise, but it does not force the mind into immediate action. The thought becomes something seen rather than something obeyed. The Stoics practiced this observation frequently. They believed the mind grows stronger when it learns that thoughts do not have authority simply because they appear. Many thoughts are simply habits. Others are echoes of past experiences. Some are temporary reactions to emotions that will soon change. When the mind begins to see thoughts this way, it becomes less disturbed by them. Instead of feeling threatened by every uncomfortable idea, the mind recognizes that it is simply witnessing another passing cloud. This recognition brings calm. Even strong thoughts become easier to carry when they are seen as temporary. The mind no longer fears that a difficult thought will last forever. It knows that the internal weather is always changing. Storms eventually move on. Clear space returns again, and through all of it, the mind itself remains steady beneath the movement. The Stoics trusted this quiet stability. They believed the mind becomes peaceful when it stops identifying with every thought that appears. Thoughts come and go, emotions rise and fall, but the deeper awareness beneath them remains constant. When the mind learns to watch its thoughts like weather, something beautiful happens. The internal sky becomes wide again. Thoughts may still drift across it, but they no longer block the calm that has always been there behind them. As the mind begins to observe thoughts the way one watches clouds move across the sky, something else slowly becomes visible. Many thoughts that once felt powerful begin to lose their hold simply because they are no longer being chased. The mind starts realizing that thoughts can exist without demanding constant reaction. Yet among all the thoughts that appear, there is one category that often lingers longer than the others. Thoughts about ourselves. These thoughts arrive quietly but carry surprising weight. The mind begins reviewing the day, examining every small action as if it were being studied under a bright light. A conversation returns to memory, and the mind begins measuring every word that was spoken. A decision is revisited, and the mind wonders whether it was the right one. Soon the mind becomes a judge, evaluating its own performance again and again. This habit of constant self-evaluation often feels responsible at first. It may seem like a way to improve or learn from experience, but when it continues endlessly, it slowly becomes exhausting. The mind begins treating every moment as something that must be inspected and graded. Nothing feels finished. A simple comment made during the day becomes something the mind analyzes repeatedly. A small mistake becomes a symbol of personal failure. Even ordinary moments are turned into questions about whether the mind acted correctly enough.
The Stoic philosophers understood this habit very well.
They believed reflection is useful, but endless self-judgment is harmful. When the mind becomes obsessed with evaluating itself, it begins carrying a heavy emotional burden. Every thought becomes a test. Every action becomes a measurement of personal worth. This creates constant tension. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind does not grow stronger through harsh judgment. Instead, it grows through honest awareness, followed by quiet acceptance. Reflection was meant to help the mind learn, not to punish itself endlessly. The Stoics practiced a method that gently released this burden. Instead of examining themselves throughout the entire night, they limited reflection to brief moments of calm awareness. At the end of the day, they would look back at their actions with clarity, acknowledge what could be improved, and then allow the mind to move on. Once the lesson was seen, the evaluation stopped.
They did not continue replaying the same moments again and again. The purpose of reflection was understanding, not endless criticism. Once understanding appeared, the mind was allowed to rest. This approach created emotional balance, because the mind no longer felt trapped inside an ongoing trial against itself. Instead of acting as a harsh judge, the mind became a quiet teacher. It observed mistakes without turning them into permanent labels. A mistake remained a moment, not an identity. The Stoics also believed that constant self-evaluation often grows from unrealistic expectations. The mind expects itself to act perfectly in every situation. When reality does not match that expectation, frustration appears. But human life is naturally imperfect. Every person speaks too quickly at times. Every person misunderstands situations occasionally. Every person learns through trial and error. Expecting flawless behavior creates a standard that no mind can maintain. The Stoics accepted this human limitation with calm understanding. They believed the goal of life is progress, not perfection. What matters is the direction of growth, not the flawless execution of every moment. When the mind embraces this idea, it becomes more forgiving toward itself. Self-evaluation becomes lighter. Instead of asking whether every action was perfect, the mind asks whether it is moving toward greater wisdom. This shift removes the heavy pressure of constant judgment. Another Stoic insight helped release this burden even further. They reminded themselves that the opinions of others and the outcome of events are not always within personal control. A conversation may go poorly despite good intentions. A plan may fail despite careful preparation. Judging oneself harshly for outcomes beyond control only deepens mental fatigue. The Stoics focused their attention on effort rather than results. They asked whether they acted with honesty, patience, and reason. If the intention was sound, they allowed the outcome to unfold without punishing themselves. This attitude creates inner stability, because the mind stops measuring itself against impossible standards. Instead, it appreciates the effort made in each moment, while remaining open to improvement. Gradually, the habit of harsh self-evaluation begins to fade. Thoughts about past actions still appear, but they no longer carry the same emotional weight. The mind acknowledges them briefly and then allows them to pass, the same way other thoughts pass through the sky of awareness. The internal atmosphere becomes gentler. The mind is no longer a courtroom where every action is judged. It becomes a quiet space where experience is observed, lessons are gathered, and then the moment is released. Within that gentleness, rest becomes easier, because the mind no longer feels responsible for constantly measuring itself. It understands something deeply freeing. Growth happens through patience and reflection, not through endless self-criticism. As the burden of constant self-evaluation begins to loosen, the mind slowly becomes gentler with itself. The harsh inner judge that once inspected every action begins stepping aside. Instead of constantly measuring every moment, the mind learns to observe experience with patience. But even in a calmer mind, emotions can still rise suddenly. A memory appears and brings a wave of sadness. A worry surfaces and tension spreads through the chest. A thought about the future awakens fear. These emotional waves often arrive without warning, and when they do, the mind reacts immediately. It tries to stop the emotion, analyze it, or escape from it. The moment discomfort appears, the mind believes something must be done right away. Yet this reaction often strengthens the storm instead of calming it. The Stoics understood that emotions behave very much like storms in nature. A storm gathers energy, reaches its peak,
and eventually fades. But when the mind interferes with that natural cycle, it often prolongs the disturbance. Trying to push emotions away rarely makes them disappear. Trying to solve them instantly often feeds them with more attention. So the Stoics practiced a quiet discipline that may seem unusual at first. They allowed emotional storms to finish their course without constant intervention. This does not mean surrendering to the emotion or letting it control behavior. It means allowing the emotion to exist without immediately trying to fix it. When a wave of sadness, anger, or fear appears, the mind does not panic. It watches. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that emotions are temporary reactions within the mind. They arise from impressions, interpretations, and momentary conditions inside the body and mind. Like weather patterns, they build and dissolve naturally when they are not constantly stirred. But most people unknowingly keep the storm alive. The moment an uncomfortable feeling appears, the mind begins feeding it with thoughts. It asks why the emotion exists. It searches for causes, explanations, and solutions. Each new thought adds more wind to the emotional storm.
Soon the emotion becomes stronger.
But when the mind practices quiet observation, something different happens. The emotion is allowed to move through its natural cycle. The mind notices the sensation without trying to eliminate it. It observes the feeling the way someone might watch heavy rain falling outside a window. The rain may continue for a while, but it will not last forever. Emotions behave the same way. They rise, move through the mind and body, and then slowly weaken. When the mind stops interfering, the storm begins losing energy. The feeling becomes less intense, the thoughts surrounding it become quieter, and eventually the emotional wave passes. This process requires patience. The Stoics believed that emotional strength grows when the mind learns not to react immediately to every internal disturbance. Instead of rushing to change the feeling, the mind simply remains steady while the emotion completes its movement. This steadiness creates resilience, because the mind begins trusting that emotional storms are temporary. When sadness appears, the mind does not fear that it will remain forever. When frustration arises, the mind knows it will eventually dissolve. The storm is only passing through. This understanding removes much of the fear that often accompanies strong emotions. Many people suffer not only from the emotion itself, but from the belief that the feeling will never end. But the Stoics observed that emotions always change.
Even the strongest feelings eventually soften when they are not constantly fueled by new thoughts. The mind begins to see that emotional storms are part of the natural rhythm of human life.
They are visitors, not permanent residents. Another important aspect of this discipline is compassion toward oneself. When a storm appears, the Stoic mind does not criticize itself for feeling the emotion. It does not say that sadness or anxiety is weakness. Instead, it acknowledges the feeling with calm acceptance. Emotions are signals, not enemies. They reflect the mind's response to experience, but they do not define the person who observes them. By allowing emotions to move naturally, the mind learns that strength does not come from suppressing feelings. Strength comes from remaining steady while feelings rise and fall. The Stoics practiced this steadiness repeatedly throughout their lives. Over time, the mind becomes less frightened by emotional waves. Each storm that passes without chaos strengthens the mind's confidence. The mind realizes that it can endure these moments, and more importantly, it realizes that the storm always ends. Little by little, emotional weather becomes easier to navigate. The mind stops reacting with panic and begins responding with quiet patience. The sky within becomes wider.
Storms may still appear, but they no longer dominate the entire horizon.
And in the calm that follows each passing storm, the mind discovers something reassuring.
Emotions come and go,
But the quiet awareness watching them remains steady beneath it all. As the mind begins trusting that emotional storms can pass on their own, a quiet confidence slowly grows within. Feelings no longer seem as threatening as they once did. The mind has witnessed sadness rise and fall. It has seen frustration appear and then soften. With each passing storm, the mind learns something important. Not every experience needs to be controlled. And once this understanding settles in, another subtle habit becomes easier to notice. The mind's tendency to chase every thought until it reaches the end. During quiet moments, thoughts often begin appearing one after another. A memory surfaces, followed by a question. That question leads to a possibility. The possibility unfolds into a long mental path the mind feels compelled to follow. Soon the mind is traveling deep into a chain of thinking. It begins analyzing, imagining, predicting, and rehearsing situations that may never even happen. One simple idea becomes a long story unfolding inside the mind. This happens so naturally that most people rarely question it. The mind assumes that every thought deserves to be explored. If an idea appears, it must be finished. If a question arises, it must be answered. If a scenario forms, the mind must see how the story ends. But the Stoics observed something very different about the nature of thoughts. They noticed that many thoughts are not invitations to think deeply. They are simply mental noise passing through awareness. Just as the mind produces dreams during sleep, it produces spontaneous thoughts during waking life. Some of those thoughts are useful and deserve attention. Others appear randomly, triggered by memories, emotions, or fleeting impressions. Yet the mind often treats them all the same. It begins completing stories that never needed to begin. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself of this habit. He recognized that the mind has a natural tendency to wander into endless speculation. If he followed every thought to its conclusion, his mind would never find stillness. So he practiced a quiet form of discipline. He allowed some thoughts to remain unfinished. When a thought appeared that did not require action or reflection, he simply noticed it and allowed it to dissolve. He did not feel responsible for chasing the thought to its final conclusion. This small decision changed the entire rhythm of the mind, because many thoughts lose their power when they are not followed. Consider how a thought usually grows. It begins as a simple idea, but the moment the mind starts building upon it, the idea expands. The mind adds possibilities, concerns, and imagined outcomes. Soon the thought becomes a complex scenario filled with emotional weight. But if the mind does not feed that thought with further thinking, something surprising happens.
The thought weakens.
Without attention extending its story, the idea fades naturally. Another thought may appear, but it too can pass without needing to be completed.
This practice creates spaciousness inside the mind. Instead of becoming a place where every thought grows into a long narrative, the mind becomes a place where ideas appear briefly and then move on. The Stoics understood that wisdom does not come from thinking more. It comes from thinking deliberately. When the mind learns that not every thought deserves completion, it becomes more selective with its attention. Energy is no longer spent on endless speculation or unnecessary mental journeys. Attention becomes a valuable resource. The mind begins choosing which thoughts are worth exploring and which ones can quietly pass through. This choice restores balance, because constant thinking often gives the illusion of productivity.
The mind feels active and engaged, yet much of that activity leads nowhere. Endless mental stories rarely produce useful insight. They simply exhaust the mind.
The Stoics believed clarity appears when the mind becomes quieter.
When unnecessary thoughts are allowed to pass without completion, the mind becomes less crowded. Important ideas become easier to recognize because they are no longer buried beneath layers of mental noise. Calm begins to deepen. This calm does not come from eliminating thoughts entirely. Thoughts will always appear. The human mind is naturally creative and active. What changes is the relationship with those thoughts. The mind no longer feels obligated to follow each one. It learns that awareness alone is enough. A thought can be noticed without being completed. A question can exist without an immediate answer. A possibility can appear without becoming a long story. This freedom lightens the internal atmosphere. The mind stops traveling endlessly into imagined futures or revisiting every detail of the past. It becomes comfortable resting in the present moment while thoughts pass through naturally. And in that quiet space, something beautiful begins to emerge. The mind rediscovers a sense of stillness that had been hidden beneath constant mental movement. Not every thought needs to be finished. Some thoughts were never meant to be followed at all. They were simply passing clouds in the wide sky of the mind, moving quietly across awareness before disappearing on their own. As the mind learns that not every thought needs to be followed to its conclusion, a new kind of quiet begins to appear inside. Thoughts still arise, but they no longer pull the mind into endless chains of speculation. The mind begins to see that many thoughts are simply passing impressions, not instructions that must be obeyed. Yet there is another layer beneath ordinary thoughts that often keeps the mind busy. Not just single thoughts, but entire stories the mind builds around them. A small event happens during the day. Perhaps someone speaks with a different tone than expected. Perhaps a plan changes unexpectedly. The event itself may last only a moment, but once the mind begins interpreting it, something larger begins to form. The mind builds a narrative. It begins explaining what the event means. It connects the moment to past experiences, predicts future consequences, and creates a personal story around what just happened. Soon the simple event has grown into a long mental storyline filled with assumptions and imagined outcomes. This internal storytelling happens constantly. The mind narrates the day as if it were writing a book about itself. Every experience becomes part of a larger interpretation about what life means, what others think, or what the future may hold. Sometimes these narratives are helpful. They help the mind understand patterns and learn from experience. But often the stories become exaggerated. The mind begins turning small moments into large emotional conclusions. A short conversation becomes a sign of rejection. A small mistake becomes evidence of failure. A delay becomes proof that things will never improve. The Stoic philosophers recognized this habit very clearly. They understood that people rarely suffer because of events alone. Much of the suffering comes from the stories the mind builds around those events. The mind adds interpretation, emotion, and prediction until the original situation becomes almost unrecognizable. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind has the power to strip events down to their simple reality. When something happens, there is the event itself, and then there is the story the mind tells about it. The Stoics practiced separating these two things. This simple separation restores balance. When the mind stops adding layers of interpretation, the situation becomes lighter. Instead of turning an event into a dramatic narrative, the mind sees it as a simple occurrence within the larger flow of life. A conversation becomes just a conversation. A mistake becomes just a moment of learning. A delay becomes simply time passing. Without the additional story surrounding it, the event loses much of its emotional weight. The Stoics trained themselves to reduce these internal narratives deliberately. When the mind began constructing dramatic interpretations, they would pause and return to the bare facts of the situation. What actually happened? Not what it might mean, not what it might lead to, just the event itself. This practice removes the emotional amplification created by storytelling. Consider how quickly the mind builds narratives about the future. A small concern appears, and immediately the mind begins projecting a chain of possible outcomes. One imagined difficulty leads to another until the future begins to feel threatening.
Yet most of those imagined outcomes never occur.
The narrative was created by the mind itself. By reducing these internal stories, the Stoics returned the mind to the present moment. Instead of traveling into imagined futures or rewriting past events, the mind simply observed what was happening now.
This return to simplicity brings mental balance.
The mind becomes less reactive because it is no longer surrounded by dramatic interpretations. Events remain what they are, without being inflated into larger meanings. This does not mean the mind ignores real challenges. The Stoics still responded to difficulties with reason and action, but they refused to let their imagination create unnecessary suffering through exaggerated narratives. They believed peace grows when the mind stops telling stories that deepen distress. Another benefit of reducing internal narratives is clarity. When the mind is not crowded with interpretation, it becomes easier to see situations accurately. Decisions become simpler because the mind is responding to reality rather than reacting to imagined complications. Clarity replaces confusion. The mind also becomes more resilient. Without dramatic storytelling, difficulties appear manageable instead of overwhelming. The mind understands that many experiences are temporary moments rather than defining chapters of life. This understanding creates stability. The Stoics believed the mind reaches its strongest state when it sees things plainly. Life becomes easier to navigate when events are not surrounded by layers of interpretation. When the mind stops narrating every experience, it becomes quieter. Thoughts still appear, but they are shorter and lighter. The mind no longer constructs long emotional stories about every situation. Instead, it simply observes what is happening, and within that simplicity, something remarkable begins to return. Mental balance. The mind discovers that life itself is often much calmer than the stories it used to tell about it. As the mind begins to reduce the stories it tells about every event, something very calming starts to unfold inside. Situations that once felt overwhelming become easier to carry when they are no longer surrounded by layers of interpretation. The mind sees things more clearly because it is no longer trapped inside its own narratives. Yet even when stories fade, another habit can still keep the mind tightly tied to the day. The habit of staying mentally inside everything that happened. Many people carry the entire day with them long after the day has ended. Conversations continue echoing in memory. Tasks that were completed hours ago are still being reviewed. Small moments that passed quickly during the day begin to replay again and again. The mind remains inside the day's events as if they are still happening. Even when the body lies still and the world has gone quiet, the mind continues walking through the same moments. It examines them from different angles, replays them in different ways, and tries to understand every detail. This constant revisiting slowly exhausts the mind. The Stoic philosophers noticed that many people live as if every moment must be fully processed before the mind is allowed to rest. But they believed that the mind needs distance from the day in order to recover its clarity. So they practiced something simple but powerful. They stepped outside the day. This does not mean forgetting what happened or pretending the day did not exist. It means mentally creating space between the mind and the events that took place. Marcus Aurelius often used this method when the responsibilities of leadership filled his days with decisions and conflict. Instead of carrying every detail into the night, he would mentally step back and view the day as if it were something that had already passed beyond him. The day became something observed rather than something relived. When the mind steps outside the day in this way, a quiet shift occurs. The events of the day begin to feel like chapters that have already been written. They no longer demand constant attention because their moment has already ended. The mind understands that the day has completed its course. There is no need to walk through it again. This perspective gives the mind a sense of closure. Just as the sun sets at the end of the day, the mind allows the experiences of that day to settle into the past. They become part of memory rather than something that must still be managed. The Stoics believed this separation was essential for mental balance. Without it, the mind becomes trapped in endless review. It treats every event as if it still requires attention, even when nothing more can be done. But when the mind steps outside the day, it recognizes that the moment for action has passed. The conversations have already happened. The decisions have already been made. The tasks have already been completed or postponed. What remains is simply the present moment. This realization allows the mind to release its grip on the day's details. Instead of holding every moment tightly, the mind places the day gently behind it. The Stoics sometimes imagined viewing their lives from a wider vantage point, almost as if observing themselves from above. From that distance, the events of a single day appeared smaller within the larger movement of life. What once felt urgent becomes just one small part of a much longer journey. This broader view helps the mind relax, because the day no longer feels like something that must be solved again and again. It becomes something that has already unfolded and now belongs to the past. The mind becomes free to rest in the present moment. Another reason this practice restores calm is that it reminds the mind of an important truth. Life is always moving forward. Each day is only one step within a much longer path. Carrying the entire day into the night prevents the mind from recovering its strength for what comes next. The Stoics valued the rhythm of life deeply. Day was for action, effort, and engagement with the world. Night was for reflection, restoration, and quiet detachment from the events that had already taken place. When the mind respects this rhythm, balance returns. The day can end without unfinished mental loops continuing into the night. Experiences are acknowledged, lessons are gathered, and then the mind gently steps back from the day's story.
This stepping back creates space.
Within that space, the mind becomes lighter. The constant reviewing slows down. The emotional intensity attached to certain moments begins to soften. The day becomes something that happened, not something that must continue happening inside the mind. And in that quiet distance, the mind finally feels free to rest. Not because the day was perfect, but because the mind understands something simple and freeing. The day has already lived its life. Now it is time for the mind to step outside of it and allow stillness to return. As the mind learns to step outside the events of the day, something else begins to soften quietly within. The constant replaying of moments slowly fades.
The mind no longer feels trapped inside every conversation or decision that took place. Distance creates calm. Yet even when the day has been placed behind us, certain memories sometimes remain heavier than others.
They return with a quiet sting.
A word spoken too quickly, a choice that could have been better, a moment that did not unfold the way the heart hoped. These memories carry the feeling we call regret. Regret has a way of pulling the mind backward. Even when the present moment is calm, the mind suddenly returns to the past, as if something there must still be corrected. The memory becomes vivid again, and the mind begins examining it carefully. It asks why things happened the way they did. It imagines how the moment could have unfolded differently. The mind rewrites the scene again and again, searching for a version where everything went better. But this search rarely brings peace, because the past does not change. The Stoic philosophers were deeply aware of this struggle. They understood that regret often arises when the mind treats the past as something still open for negotiation. The mind believes that by thinking about the moment long enough, it might somehow repair what has already happened. But the Stoics recognized a different path. Instead of fighting regret or drowning in it, they learned how to transform it. They practiced turning regret into neutral memory. Marcus Aurelius reflected often on the mistakes he made during his life. As a leader responsible for the well-being of millions, he faced decisions that were not always perfect. But instead of punishing himself endlessly for these moments, he treated them as lessons. Once the lesson was seen, the emotional charge was released. The memory remained, but it lost its weight. This is the Stoic transformation of regret. When regret appears, the mind does not ignore it. The Stoics believed there is value in acknowledging mistakes honestly. Every experience contains information that can help the mind grow wiser. But once that understanding appears, continuing to punish oneself serves no purpose.
The memory can remain as a simple record of what happened.
The emotion attached to it does not need to remain. This shift is powerful because it changes the role of the past. Instead of becoming a place where the mind repeatedly suffers, the past becomes a teacher. Each mistake becomes part of the mind's education rather than a permanent wound. The Stoics believed that wisdom grows through experience, including imperfect experiences. No human life unfolds without error. Every person learns through moments that could have been handled differently. Expecting perfection from the past only deepens regret. Accepting that mistakes are part of the learning process softens the memory. The mind begins to see the moment differently. The event becomes something that happened rather than something that defines the person. The memory exists, but it no longer carries the emotional pressure that once surrounded it. It becomes neutral. This neutrality does not erase responsibility. The Stoics still believed in improving oneself and acting with integrity, but they also believed that growth happens through acceptance rather than endless self-punishment. A mistake becomes valuable only when the mind is willing to learn from it. If the mind continues replaying the event with guilt and frustration, the lesson becomes buried beneath emotion. But when the mind calmly acknowledges the experience and extracts its insight, the emotional charge fades naturally. The memory remains, but it no longer disturbs the present moment. Another Stoic insight strengthens this transformation even further. They reminded themselves that every moment in the past was shaped by the knowledge and circumstances available at that time. Decisions were made with the understanding that existed in that moment. Judging the past with the wisdom gained afterward creates unnecessary harshness. The person who exists today is not the same person who stood in that moment before.
Growth has already taken place. Recognizing this allows compassion to replace regret. The mind understands that every step, even imperfect ones, contributed to becoming wiser. The past becomes part of a larger path of development rather than a collection of failures.
With this perspective, memories lose their sharpness.
The mind can remember events without feeling pulled back into their emotional intensity. What once felt painful becomes a quiet chapter in the story of learning. Regret dissolves into understanding, and understanding allows peace. The Stoics believed the mind becomes lighter when it releases the need to relive past mistakes endlessly. The memory remains as knowledge, but the suffering attached to it is no longer necessary. The past becomes calm, and within that calm, the mind finally discovers that even mistakes can rest peacefully when they are allowed to become nothing more than memories. As regret slowly transforms into quiet memory, the mind begins to feel lighter. Moments from the past no longer carry the same emotional sting. They become part of a story that has already unfolded, not something that must be relived again and again. The mind starts understanding that not every memory needs to remain emotionally charged.
Yet even when the past becomes calmer, another subtle weight can still remain.
The weight of identity. Throughout the day, the mind constantly remembers who it believes it is. It carries roles, expectations, and personal labels everywhere it goes. A person is a professional, a parent, a partner, a friend, a leader, a student. Each role brings responsibilities, and each responsibility quietly sits in the mind. These identities shape how the mind thinks and reacts. A mistake during the day may feel heavy because the mind thinks, "I should have done better." A difficult conversation may linger because the mind believes it must protect its image. Even small events become significant when they are tied to the idea of who someone believes they must always be. This constant attachment to identity creates pressure. The mind begins evaluating everything in relation to these roles. Every action becomes something that must align with the image the mind carries of itself. Over time, the mind becomes tired not only from events, but from carrying the responsibility of always being someone. The Stoics understood this hidden burden. They believed that while identity plays a role in daily life, the mind needs moments where it can step away from those roles entirely. A person may carry many responsibilities during the day, but the mind itself is not limited to those labels. Beneath all roles, there is simply awareness. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on this idea. As Emperor of Rome, he carried one of the heaviest identities imaginable. Every decision affected countless people. Every action was observed by the entire empire. Yet in his private writings, he reminded himself that he was first and foremost a human being observing life as it unfolded. The titles and roles belonged to the world around him. They were not the essence of his mind. This distinction allowed the Stoics to practice a quiet form of mental rest. At certain moments, especially during the evening or in stillness, they would allow the mind to release the identities it carried throughout the day. They did not stop being those roles in life, but they gave the mind permission to set them down temporarily. Just as someone removes heavy clothing at the end of a long journey, the mind could remove the weight of identity for a while. During these moments, the mind did not need to prove anything. It did not need to perform well. It did not need to maintain any image. It simply existed. This discipline creates profound relief. Much of the tension people carry comes from constantly protecting the idea of who they believe they must be. The mind worries about whether it appeared strong enough, wise enough, successful enough, or kind enough.
But when the mind steps away from identity, those concerns dissolve.
There is no role to defend.
No reputation to maintain. Only quiet awareness observing the present moment. The Stoics believed this practice restored mental balance because it reminded the mind of its deeper nature. Beneath every role and expectation, there is a simple capacity to observe life. That awareness does not need titles. It does not need validation. It does not need to perform perfectly.
It simply exists, steady and present.
When the mind rests in this deeper awareness, the pressure created by identity fades away. The mistakes of the day lose their sting because they are no longer attached to a rigid image of self. The successes of the day also become lighter because they do not define personal worth. Everything becomes part of experience rather than a measure of identity. This does not mean abandoning responsibilities. The Stoics continued fulfilling their duties in the world with dedication and care. But they understood that the mind must occasionally step outside those roles in order to recover its clarity. Without this rest, identity becomes exhausting. The mind begins feeling like it must always perform, always represent something larger than itself. But when the mind remembers that it can exist without those labels, a deep sense of freedom appears. It becomes easier to breathe. The mind becomes quieter. Responsibilities still exist, but they no longer press down with the same weight. The Stoics practiced this gentle release regularly. In moments of stillness, they allowed the mind to simply be present without carrying the full story of who they were supposed to be. And in that quiet space, something remarkable happens. The mind rediscovers a peaceful truth. Before every role, before every title, before every expectation, there is simply awareness, resting quietly within the flow of life. As the mind begins to rest from the heavy clothing of identity, a new kind of lightness slowly appears. The roles carried throughout the day loosen their grip, and the mind discovers that it can exist quietly without constantly performing or defending an image. Beneath the many labels of life, there is simply awareness observing the moment. But even in this quieter space, the mind sometimes drifts toward another place that often creates tension. The future. Many of the thoughts that disturb the mind do not belong to what is happening right now. They belong to what might happen later. A possibility appears, and the mind begins building an entire world around it. It imagines conversations that have not occurred, outcomes that have not unfolded, and problems that may never arrive. Slowly, the mind moves away from the present moment, and once it enters this imagined future, tension often follows. The Stoics noticed something very important about this habit. Much of the anxiety people experience does not come from real events. It comes from pictures the mind creates about the future. These pictures feel vivid enough that the body reacts as if they were already real. A challenge that might appear tomorrow suddenly becomes a crisis tonight. A conversation that has not yet happened begins playing out in the mind again and again. The mind rehearses possible outcomes, trying to prepare for every direction the future might take. But this preparation often creates the very tension it is trying to avoid. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that the future exists only as an idea inside the mind. The present moment is the only place where action can truly occur. Everything beyond that moment is still unfolding. Yet the mind often forgets this simple truth. It begins treating imagined futures as if they were already part of reality. Each scenario brings a new wave of concern. What if things go wrong? What if something unexpected happens? What if the plan fails? With each new question, the mind adds another layer of pressure. But the Stoics believed this pressure comes from a misunderstanding about time. They understood that the mind only needs to deal with what exists right now. The future will arrive in its own moment, and when it does, the mind will have the ability to respond.
Worrying about it tonight does not increase that ability.
In fact, it often weakens it,
Because the mind becomes tired from fighting battles that have not even begun.
The Stoic solution was not to ignore the future completely. Planning and preparation still have their place, but they believed the mind should approach the future calmly, not fearfully. A plan can be made, and then the mind can return to the present moment. Once preparation is complete, endless imagining is unnecessary. This understanding creates freedom. When the mind recognizes that most tension comes from imagined futures, it begins questioning the urgency of those thoughts. The mind sees that many scenarios it worries about never actually happen. They dissolve before the future even arrives. The Stoics trained themselves to return their attention to the present moment whenever these imagined futures began growing too large. They reminded themselves that the present moment is always manageable.
Right now, the body is breathing. Right now, the mind is observing.
Right now, nothing beyond this moment is required. This return to the present breaks the cycle of future anxiety. Instead of chasing possibilities that have not yet appeared, the mind rests in what is actually happening. The quiet rhythm of the present moment becomes enough. The Stoics also trusted something deeper about human capability. They believed that people are often stronger and wiser in the moment of action than they expect while imagining the future. When a real challenge arrives, the mind adapts. It finds solutions. It responds with creativity and strength. But when the mind imagines those challenges too early, it often underestimates its own ability to handle them. This creates unnecessary fear. By releasing imagined futures, the mind returns to a state of calm readiness. It does not deny that the future exists. It simply refuses to suffer through it before it arrives.
Each moment will be met when it appears.
The Stoics saw this as a form of trust in life itself. The future unfolds step by step, and the mind will meet each step when the time comes. There is no need to walk the entire path tonight. With this understanding, much of the mind's tension begins to dissolve. The imagined storms of tomorrow lose their urgency. The mind stops preparing for battles that are not yet real. And in the quiet space that follows, the present moment becomes enough again. Not because the future has been solved,
but because the mind finally remembers that the future does not need to be carried tonight.
As the mind begins to see that much of its tension comes from imagined futures, another quiet discovery naturally follows. Many worries that once felt overwhelming were not truly about the present moment. They were about possibilities that had not yet arrived. Once the mind returns to the present, the pressure surrounding those imagined events begins to fade. Yet there is another hidden force that often keeps the mind restless, the feeling that everything must happen quickly. The mind often creates a sense of urgency around situations that are not truly urgent. A task feels like it must be completed immediately. A decision feels like it cannot wait. A problem appears, and the mind begins telling itself that the solution must be found right away. This pressure builds silently. Even when the body is resting, the mind continues pushing itself forward. It begins measuring time, calculating consequences, and reminding itself of everything that still needs attention. Soon the mind feels as if it is racing against something invisible. The Stoics recognized that much of this stress comes from a simple misunderstanding.
Not everything that feels urgent truly is. Many situations only appear urgent because the mind fears uncertainty. When the mind does not know how something will unfold, it tries to regain control by rushing toward answers. Speed begins to feel like safety. But rushing rarely produces calm. Instead, it creates tension. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that nature moves with steady rhythm rather than frantic speed. Seasons change gradually. Growth happens over time. Even large transformations unfold through small steps. Life itself does not demand constant urgency. The Stoics believed that the mind suffers when it tries to move faster than the natural pace of events. When every moment feels like a race, the mind never finds time to settle. This is why they practiced dissolving the illusion of urgency. When something appeared to demand immediate attention, they paused and asked a simple question. Does this truly require action right now, or is the mind creating pressure that does not belong to the moment? Often, the answer revealed something surprising. Many concerns could wait. A response could be given tomorrow. A decision could be made after reflection. A task could be handled when the appropriate time arrived. Once the mind recognized this, the feeling of urgency began to weaken. Because urgency often grows from imagination rather than necessity. The Stoics trained themselves to respond calmly rather than react quickly. They understood that thoughtful action usually leads to better outcomes than rushed decisions. By slowing down the mind, they created space for clarity. This space allowed reason to guide action instead of anxiety. Another powerful insight strengthened this practice. The Stoics believed that each moment contains only one responsibility: responding wisely to what is actually present. When the mind tries to handle everything at once, it creates chaos. But when attention remains focused on the current step, life becomes manageable again. One step is never overwhelming. The mind becomes overwhelmed only when it tries to carry the entire path at once. By removing the illusion of urgency, the Stoics restored a sense of rhythm to the mind. Tasks could still be completed, decisions could still be made, but they no longer carried the frantic pressure that once surrounded them. Everything moved at a more natural pace. The mind also discovered something comforting in this slower rhythm. Clarity often appears when urgency disappears. When the mind stops rushing, it begins noticing details that were previously hidden. Solutions become easier to see. Decisions become more balanced. Even difficult problems appear more manageable when they are approached calmly. The Stoics trusted this quiet intelligence. They believed wisdom grows when the mind allows itself time to think clearly rather than react quickly. Removing urgency does not mean ignoring responsibilities. It means responding to them with steadiness instead of panic. This steadiness protects the mind from exhaustion, because the mind is no longer running constantly. Instead, it moves with deliberate attention. Over time, the mind begins recognizing that most things in life unfold gradually. Progress happens through patience. Growth happens through consistent effort. Even difficult situations resolve themselves step by step. Urgency rarely improves this process. Calm awareness does. As this understanding deepens, the mind begins relaxing its constant sense of hurry. Thoughts slow down. Breathing becomes steadier. The internal pressure that once filled every moment begins to dissolve. Life no longer feels like a race against time. It becomes a series of moments unfolding naturally. And within that slower rhythm, the mind discovers something that urgency had been hiding all along. Peace that was never far away.
simply waiting for the mind to stop rushing toward the future and rest fully within the present moment. As the mind begins dissolving the illusion of urgency, a deeper calm slowly begins to unfold. The constant pressure to rush fades, and the mind realizes that many things can wait. Life begins moving at a steadier rhythm, and thoughts no longer demand immediate action every moment. Yet even when urgency fades, another hidden weight sometimes remains: the mind's habit of treating everything as extremely important. During the day, the mind often magnifies situations without noticing it. A small comment from someone becomes something that must be analyzed. A minor delay begins to feel like a serious disruption. A simple mistake suddenly carries the weight of something deeply significant. The mind quietly turns ordinary moments into heavy ones. This happens because the mind assigns meaning to everything it experiences. Each event is measured, interpreted, and given importance. Sometimes this is useful, but often the mind exaggerates the significance of events that are actually quite small in the larger flow of life. The Stoics were very aware of this habit. They noticed that people often create their own emotional burdens by assigning too much importance to things that do not truly deserve it. A situation that could pass lightly becomes heavy simply because the mind decides it must matter deeply. So the Stoics practiced something surprisingly freeing. They learned to mentally lower the importance of many things. This does not mean becoming careless or indifferent. It means recognizing that not every event deserves intense emotional investment. When the mind reduces the importance it gives to certain situations, the emotional weight attached to them naturally decreases. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that most things people worry about today will be forgotten very quickly. The moment that feels so important right now may not even be remembered a few weeks from now. Seen from that wider view, many problems shrink immediately. The Stoics trained their minds to step back and ask a simple question. Will this truly matter in the long story of life? Or is the mind giving it more attention than it deserves? Often the answer was clear. Many concerns were simply small ripples in the flow of experience. By lowering the importance placed on these moments, the mind released itself from unnecessary tension. A minor inconvenience became something easy to carry. A misunderstanding became something that would soon pass. The emotional intensity dissolved. Another Stoic reflection helped deepen this practice. They often reminded themselves of the vastness of time and the enormous scale of the world. Compared to the long unfolding of human history, most daily events are extremely small. This perspective does not dismiss personal experiences. It simply places them in context. When the mind remembers how brief and fluid life truly is, it stops treating every moment as a dramatic turning point. The mind begins understanding that many things do not require deep emotional reaction. They can simply pass. The Stoics also believed that emotional balance grows when the mind becomes selective about what it values deeply. A person who treats everything as extremely important quickly becomes exhausted. But a person who reserves deep concern only for what truly matters remains steady. Wisdom lies in knowing the difference. Things like integrity, kindness, and clear thinking remain important, but small inconveniences, passing comments, and temporary frustrations do not deserve the same weight. When the mind separates these things, life becomes lighter. The mind stops reacting strongly to every small disturbance. Instead of feeling pulled in many directions, attention focuses only on what truly deserves care. This creates emotional freedom. The Stoics practiced mentally stepping back from situations and quietly lowering their importance. A moment that once felt overwhelming becomes manageable when it is seen as one small event among thousands.
This shift transforms the inner atmosphere.
Instead of treating life as a series of crises, the mind begins experiencing it as a flowing process where most events are temporary and minor. Even difficulties become easier to carry when they are not inflated by the mind. Another benefit of this practice is that it protects the mind from unnecessary stress. When every situation feels critical, the body remains tense. The mind stays alert, preparing for problems that may not even exist. But when importance is lowered, the nervous system relaxes.
The mind realizes that not every moment requires intense attention. Many things can simply be allowed to unfold.
The Stoics understood that life becomes calmer when the mind stops magnifying every detail. Events remain what they are, without being turned into emotional mountains. A delay becomes a small pause. A mistake becomes a brief lesson. A misunderstanding becomes something that will soon fade. When the mind practices this discipline regularly, it discovers something very reassuring. Most of what once felt heavy was never truly that important. And in that realization, the mind becomes lighter, calmer, and far more capable of moving through life with steady peace. As the mind begins lowering the importance it gives to many events, a quiet shift begins to take place. Situations that once felt overwhelming start appearing smaller, lighter, and easier to carry. The mind no longer rushes to treat every moment as something deeply significant. Instead, it begins observing life with a calmer distance. But even when the weight of events becomes lighter, another challenge often remains. The mind still tends to merge with every thought that appears. A thought enters the mind, and almost instantly, the mind begins believing it, following it, and building more thoughts around it. A single worry grows into many worries. A single memory becomes a long chain of reflection. A passing idea suddenly becomes something the mind feels responsible for solving. The mind does not just notice thoughts, it becomes them. The Stoics discovered that this habit is one of the main reasons the mind becomes tired. When every thought is treated as something that must be followed, the mind never rests. It moves from one idea to another without pause, constantly reacting to whatever appears. But the Stoics practiced something very different.
They learned to watch their thoughts without becoming them.
This small shift creates a powerful change in the inner world. Instead of immediately following every thought, the mind begins observing them as they arise. A thought appears, and instead of being pulled into it, the mind simply notices it. The thought becomes something seen rather than something lived. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that thoughts are only impressions passing through the mind. They are not commands. They are not truths that must be obeyed. They are simply mental events appearing and disappearing, just like clouds moving through the sky. When the mind understands this, it gains distance from its own thinking. A thought about worry appears, but the mind does not have to follow it. A memory appears, but the mind does not have to relive it. An idea appears, but the mind does not have to complete the entire story. The mind can simply observe. This practice slowly changes the relationship between awareness and thought. Instead of being carried away by each mental movement, the mind becomes the quiet observer watching those movements unfold. The thoughts still appear, but they no longer control the direction of the mind. The Stoics believed this ability creates enormous freedom. Many people suffer not because of events themselves, but because they become trapped inside their own thoughts about those events. When the mind becomes every thought it produces, it loses its stability. But when the mind watches thoughts calmly, stability returns.
The thought becomes just another passing experience.
This practice does not require forcing thoughts to disappear. In fact, trying to control thoughts too aggressively often makes them stronger. The Stoics understood that the goal is not to silence the mind completely. The goal is to change how the mind responds to what appears. When a thought enters awareness, the mind simply notices it. It might say quietly, "There is a thought about tomorrow," or "There is a memory from earlier today." By recognizing the thought without becoming it, the mind keeps its distance.
The thought is acknowledged, but not followed.
Soon, the mind notices something surprising. Most thoughts fade on their own when they are not fed with attention. Just like a small fire that fades without fuel, many thoughts lose their intensity when the mind stops reacting to them. They appear, drift for a moment, and then disappear. Another thought may follow, but it too can simply be observed. Over time, this creates a much quieter inner space. The mind stops running behind every idea that appears. Instead of chasing thoughts endlessly, awareness remains steady while thoughts move through it like passing weather. Some thoughts are bright and pleasant. Some are heavy and uncomfortable. But none of them need to become the identity of the mind. The Stoics believe this separation between awareness and thought is one of the most important skills for inner peace. When the mind no longer identifies with every thought it produces, emotional storms lose much of their power. A negative thought may appear, but it does not define the moment. A worrying idea may arise, but it does not control the future. The mind becomes larger than the thoughts moving through it. This creates a deep sense of stability. Even when thoughts are active, the mind remains calm beneath them. Awareness becomes like a quiet lake, while thoughts ripple across the surface without disturbing the deeper stillness below. The Stoics practiced this discipline throughout their lives. They trained themselves to observe their thoughts carefully before responding to them. Instead of reacting automatically, they paused and looked at the thought as something separate from themselves. This pause gave them freedom. The freedom to choose which thoughts deserved attention and which could simply pass. And as the mind practices this more often, something gentle begins to unfold. Thoughts continue to appear, but the mind is no longer trapped inside them. Instead, it rests quietly, watching them come and go like clouds moving across a vast and peaceful sky. As the mind becomes more skilled at watching thoughts without becoming them, a quiet distance begins to form between awareness and the endless stream of thinking. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer carry the same authority they once did. The mind notices them, observes them, and allows them to pass without being pulled into every direction they suggest.
This distance creates space.
And within that space, the mind begins to discover something surprising about many of its thoughts. A large number of them are attempts to explain. Throughout the day, the mind constantly explains itself. It explains actions to other people. It explains decisions. It explains emotions. It explains mistakes. Even when no one else is present, the mind often continues these explanations internally. A conversation ends, but the mind continues replaying it. It searches for better words that could have been said. It builds new arguments. It defends itself against imagined criticism. It prepares explanations for things that may never even be questioned. The mind quietly becomes a courtroom where it is always both the accused and the lawyer. The Stoics noticed this exhausting habit. They saw how often the mind becomes trapped in the need to justify itself. A person may leave a situation physically, but mentally, They continue explaining, defending, and clarifying long after the moment has passed. This constant explaining creates tension, because every explanation keeps the event alive. The mind returns to the same moment again and again, trying to shape it into something that feels acceptable. Instead of letting the moment fade naturally, the mind keeps it active through endless interpretation. The Stoics believed true calm begins when the mind stops doing this. When the mind releases the need to constantly explain itself, something remarkable happens. The mental pressure surrounding events begins to dissolve. Situations that once felt unresolved begin fading into the past, where they belong. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that it is not necessary to explain every action or defend every decision. Life moves forward whether the mind fully explains itself or not. Many events do not require detailed interpretation in order to be left behind.
This understanding frees the mind from an unnecessary burden.
Not every moment needs analysis. Not every action needs justification.
Not every experience needs to be mentally rewritten.
Sometimes the healthiest response is simply allowing the moment to remain what it was. The Stoics practiced letting experiences exist without constant commentary. When something happened, they acknowledged it, learned from it if necessary, and then allowed it to rest in the past. They did not carry it forward through endless explanation. This practice reduces mental noise. The mind no longer spends energy defending its past actions or rehearsing conversations that have already ended. Instead of building complex narratives around events, the mind begins allowing those events to settle quietly. Over time, this creates a profound sense of calm. Much of the mind's activity comes from the belief that everything must be fully understood and explained before it can be released. But the Stoics discovered that many experiences lose their power naturally when the mind simply stops engaging with them. They fade when attention moves elsewhere. Another insight helped strengthen this practice. The Stoics recognized that people often explain themselves not because explanation is necessary, but because they fear judgment. The mind tries to build arguments that protect its image, but when the mind stops explaining, it also stops feeding that fear. It accepts that not every perception can be controlled.
Others may misunderstand.
Events may remain imperfect, and that is part of life. When the mind accepts this reality, it relaxes its constant need to manage every narrative. The pressure to shape every memory into a perfect story disappears.
Experiences are allowed to remain simple.
A conversation happened. A decision was made. A moment passed. No endless explanation is required. The Stoics believed this quiet acceptance restores mental balance. When the mind stops explaining everything, it begins experiencing life directly rather than interpreting it endlessly. This creates clarity. The mind becomes less cluttered with stories about what happened and more aware of what is happening now. Attention returns to the present moment where life is actually unfolding. And in this present moment, explanation becomes unnecessary. There is simply breathing,
Simply awareness. Simply the quiet flow of life moving forward.
When the mind rests in this simplicity, calm arises naturally, not because every situation has been perfectly explained,
But because the mind finally understands that peace does not come from explaining life.
It comes from allowing life to move forward without constantly defending or rewriting what has already passed. As the mind slowly releases the need to explain itself, something gentle begins to unfold. Thoughts lose their urgency.
Events from the day no longer demand endless interpretation. Moments that once felt unfinished begin settling quietly into memory where they belong.
The mind begins to feel lighter.
But as night approaches, another voice sometimes rises softly inside the mind. The inner judge. This voice often appears when the day is coming to an end. When the world grows quiet and responsibilities pause, the mind begins reviewing everything that happened. It remembers conversations, decisions, actions, and small moments that seemed unimportant at the time. But now the mind looks at them again, and it begins to judge. It notices what could have been done better. It highlights words that sounded awkward. It replays situations where patience could have been stronger, where choices could have been wiser, where reactions could have been calmer. This voice believes it is helping. It believes that by pointing out every mistake, it is improving the mind. But the Stoics understood something very important about this habit.
Reflection can be useful, but constant judgment is exhausting.
When the mind reviews the day with harsh criticism, it creates tension instead of wisdom. Instead of learning gently from experience, the mind begins attacking itself. A small mistake becomes a symbol of failure. A simple misunderstanding becomes proof that something is wrong. Soon the mind carries the entire weight of the day into the night, and rest becomes difficult.
The Stoics practiced a very different discipline before sleep.
They still reflected on the day, but they removed the harshness of the inner judge. Instead of accusing themselves, they approached their actions with calm curiosity. They looked at the day the way a teacher might look at a student learning something new, with patience,
with understanding,
with the awareness that growth takes time. Seneca, one of the great Stoic philosophers, often wrote about reviewing the day before sleep, but his goal was not punishment. It was clarity. He believed reflection should help the mind learn without turning against itself. When something had gone well, he acknowledged it quietly.
When something could have been done better, he noted it calmly. And then he allowed the day to end.
No endless judgment, no emotional punishment, just gentle awareness. This practice allowed the mind to release the day rather than carry it forward into the night. The Stoics understood that sleep requires a certain softness of mind. When the inner judge is active, the mind remains tense. It continues replaying moments, searching for flaws, defending against imagined criticism. But when the inner judge becomes quiet, the mind begins to relax. The events of the day become simple memories rather than accusations. Another Stoic insight helped make this possible. They recognized that every human being is learning continuously. No one moves through life perfectly. Mistakes are not proof of failure. They are evidence that a person is participating in the process of living.
Expecting perfection from oneself creates endless tension.
Accepting imperfection creates space for peace. When the mind adopts this perspective, the voice of the inner judge begins to soften. Instead of demanding flawless behavior, the mind begins offering understanding. A mistake becomes a lesson. A difficult moment becomes experience.
A misunderstanding becomes part of the larger journey.
This shift allows the mind to close the day gently. The Stoics also reminded themselves of something deeply reassuring. Each day is only one small part of life's larger movement. No single moment defines the entire path. Every day contains successes and mistakes, progress and setbacks, and tomorrow always brings another opportunity to continue learning. Knowing this removes the urgency to judge every moment perfectly. The mind begins understanding that life unfolds gradually. Growth happens step by step, not through harsh criticism. Before sleep, The Stoics allowed themselves to set the day down. Whatever had happened was now complete. There was no need to keep reliving it. The mind could simply acknowledge the day, learn from it where necessary, and then release it into the past. This release creates a calm transition into rest.
The mind stops searching for flaws.
The inner judge grows quiet. Thoughts slow down. And instead of carrying the weight of self-criticism into the night, the mind enters sleep with something far more healing. Gentle acceptance.
Not because the day was perfect,
but because the mind understands that peace begins when the inner judge finally allows the day to end. As the inner judge begins to quiet before sleep, the mind starts to soften. The sharp edges of self-criticism fade, and the day slowly loses its emotional intensity. What happened during the hours before no longer feels like something that must be solved or corrected. The mind accepts that the day was lived as best as it could be. But even after the voice of judgment grows quiet, another habit often keeps the mind awake. The mind begins rehearsing. A conversation from earlier reappears. Words that were said start replaying in slightly different versions. The mind imagines how the conversation could have gone better. It replaces sentences, changes tone, rewrites reactions. Then another moment from the day appears, and the rehearsal begins again. Soon the mind becomes a quiet stage where events repeat themselves, again and again. This habit feels almost automatic. The mind believes it is preparing itself for the future by replaying the past. It thinks that if it studies every moment carefully enough, it will avoid mistakes tomorrow. But the Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They understood that mental rehearsals rarely bring clarity at night. Instead, they create restlessness. The mind continues working long after the body is ready to rest. Events that already ended earlier in the day remain active inside the mind. And the more the mind rehearses, the more awake it becomes. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that once an event has passed, it belongs to time. The moment cannot be changed by revisiting it repeatedly. The mind may rewrite the conversation 100 times, but the real moment is already complete. Nothing in the present moment requires that rehearsal. The Stoics believed peace begins when the mind allows completed events to remain completed. This requires a small but powerful shift in awareness. When the mind begins replaying a moment, instead of following the rehearsal, the Stoic simply notices it. The mind gently recognizes that it is returning to something that has already finished. And instead of continuing the rehearsal, the mind lets the scene fade.
This is not suppression.
The mind does not fight the thought. It simply chooses not to participate in the performance. Without attention, the rehearsal loses energy. The scene dissolves. Soon, another memory may appear, but the same gentle response applies. The mind recognizes it, acknowledges it, and allows it to pass without continuing the replay. Over time, the mind learns that not every memory needs to become a story. Many moments can simply remain memories. The Stoics understood that the purpose of the evening is not to correct the entire past. It is to allow the mind to close the chapter of the day. Just as the sun sets without trying to relive every moment of daylight, the mind can allow the day to settle naturally into stillness. Another reason rehearsals disturb the mind is that they create the illusion that everything must be perfected. The mind believes it must find the perfect response, the perfect action, the perfect outcome. But life rarely unfolds with perfection. Human conversations are messy. Reactions are imperfect. Situations evolve in unpredictable ways. When the mind accepts this, the need for endless rehearsal begins to fade.
The Stoics believed wisdom does not come from mentally rewriting every past event. It comes from living with awareness in the present moment. Tomorrow will bring new conversations, new experiences, new opportunities to respond wisely. The past does not need to be rehearsed in order for the future to unfold well. This understanding frees the mind from an exhausting responsibility. It no longer needs to study every detail of the day before allowing itself to rest. The day has already taught what it needed to teach. The rest belongs to tomorrow. When the mind embraces this perspective, the mental stage becomes quiet. The scenes that once replayed endlessly begin disappearing. Memories remain in the background where they belong, no longer demanding attention. Silence slowly replaces repetition. Breathing becomes slower. Thoughts become softer. The mind no longer feels like it must remain active. Instead, it begins settling into the natural rhythm of rest. The Stoics believed that ending the day peacefully requires trusting the flow of life. Not every moment needs correction. Not every memory needs rehearsal. Life continues moving forward, whether the mind analyzes the past all night or not. When the mind stops replaying what has already happened, it returns fully to the present moment. And in this quiet present moment, nothing remains unfinished. The day has already ended. The mind can finally follow it into stillness. As the mind stops rehearsing the events of the day, a new kind of silence begins to appear. Conversations that once replayed endlessly start fading into the background. Moments that once demanded correction slowly settle into the past. The mind no longer feels the need to rewrite every scene before allowing the night to begin. Yet even when the rehearsals disappear, another quiet disturbance sometimes remains. Questions. They rise gently at first, almost like whispers. What will happen tomorrow? Did that decision lead in the right direction? What does the future really hold? Why did certain things unfold the way they did? The mind begins searching. It wants answers. It wants clarity. It wants certainty. Questions begin opening doors inside the mind, and each door seems to lead to another question. The mind believes that if it can just find the right answer, it will finally be able to relax. But often the opposite happens. The more the mind searches for answers late at night, the more restless it becomes. Because many questions do not have answers that can be found in the quiet hours before sleep. The Stoics noticed this tendency long ago. They understood that the human mind naturally seeks understanding. It wants to connect causes and outcomes. It wants to make sense of life. This curiosity is part of human intelligence. But the Stoics also recognize that not every question needs an answer immediately. Some questions belong to time. Some questions unfold gradually through experience. And some questions may never be answered at all. When the mind demands answers too quickly, it creates tension. It begins searching through memory, predicting possibilities, analyzing events again and again. The mind turns itself into a restless investigator, trying to solve mysteries that life has not yet revealed. This constant searching prevents rest, because questions multiply faster than answers appear. The Stoics practiced something quietly powerful in response to this. They allowed questions to exist without demanding answers. This practice may seem simple, but it changes the relationship between the mind and uncertainty. Instead of treating unanswered questions as problems that must be solved immediately, the mind learns to hold them gently. A question can exist without being chased. A mystery can remain open without creating pressure. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life is larger than the mind's ability to understand it all at once. Many things reveal their meaning only through time.
Trying to force clarity too early only disturbs the mind. Wisdom sometimes lies in allowing things to remain unknown for a while. The Stoics believed that peace grows when the mind stops fighting uncertainty. When a question appears, the mind can acknowledge it calmly. Yes, this question exists. Yes, the answer is not here yet. And that is acceptable. Instead of continuing the search endlessly, the mind allows the question to rest alongside everything else that is still unfolding in life. This creates space. Without the pressure to solve every mystery tonight, the mind begins relaxing. The questions lose their urgency. They become quiet companions rather than demanding puzzles.
Some of them may find answers naturally tomorrow. Others may reveal their meaning weeks or months later.
And some may slowly dissolve on their own as life continues moving forward. The Stoics trusted this natural unfolding. They understood that time itself often answers questions more clearly than restless thinking ever could. When the mind stops forcing solutions, life has room to reveal them gradually. Another benefit of this practice is that it softens the mind's relationship with uncertainty. Many people feel uneasy when they do not understand something fully. The mind wants certainty because certainty feels safe. But the Stoics knew that uncertainty is part of every life. No one can see the entire future. No one can understand every event completely. Accepting this reality allows the mind to relax its grip on control. Instead of demanding perfect understanding, the mind becomes comfortable living with partial knowledge. And strangely, this acceptance creates greater clarity over time. When the mind stops forcing answers, it begins observing life more calmly. Patterns appear naturally. Insights arrive without pressure. Understanding grows quietly rather than through struggle. But at night, the goal is not to solve life's mysteries. The goal is rest. The Stoics believed that sleep becomes easier when the mind stops treating every question as urgent. Some questions belong to tomorrow. Some belong to the unfolding of time itself. Tonight, they can simply remain open. The mind does not need to close every door before resting. It only needs to recognize that life continues moving forward even when not every answer is known. And when the mind allows questions to remain gently unanswered, something unexpected begins to happen. The search slows. The tension softens. And in the quiet space where answers are no longer demanded, the mind finally finds the stillness it was searching for all along. As the mind becomes more comfortable letting questions exist without demanding answers, something subtle begins to change inside. The constant searching slows down. The urge to solve everything tonight gently fades. Thoughts that once demanded attention begin appearing less frequently. In that quieter space, something new begins to emerge. Silence. At first, it is brief. A few seconds where the mind is not chasing a thought. A small pause between ideas. A moment where nothing needs to be explained, solved, or remembered. But the mind often becomes uncomfortable when it first encounters this silence. It is used to movement. It is used to activity. For most of the day, the mind stays busy. It plans, analyzes, reacts, decides, and interprets everything it experiences. Even when the body rests, the mind often continues its quiet work. So when silence appears, the mind sometimes rushes to fill it again. A new thought appears. A memory returns. Another question forms. The mind tries to restart its familiar rhythm, but the Stoics practiced something very different when they noticed silence beginning to appear.
They allowed it to expand naturally.
They did not rush to fill it. They did not force it to grow either. They simply allowed the quiet space to exist. This practice may seem simple, but it changes the entire atmosphere of the mind. Instead of treating silence as something strange or uncomfortable, the mind begins welcoming it as a natural state. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the value of inner quiet. He believed that the mind has a natural capacity for stillness when it stops feeding itself constant stimulation. Silence does not need to be created. It appears on its own when the mind stops interfering. Many people try to force silence by pushing thoughts away. They attempt to control the mind aggressively, demanding that it become quiet immediately. But this effort often creates more tension. The mind begins fighting itself, and the struggle keeps the mind active. The Stoics understood that silence grows best when it is not forced. When the mind stops chasing thoughts and stops resisting them, a gentle stillness begins spreading through awareness. Thoughts may still appear, but they come less frequently. The spaces between them grow longer. Those spaces are where silence lives. The Stoics learned to rest inside those spaces. When a moment of mental quiet appeared, they allowed it to remain without analyzing it. They did not ask whether the silence was deep enough or long enough. They simply experienced it. And when another thought eventually appeared, they allowed that too. The silence was not broken. It was simply part of a larger rhythm. Just as waves rise and fall on the surface of the ocean, thoughts rise and fall within the mind. But beneath the waves, the deeper water remains calm and still. The Stoics trusted that deeper stillness. They believed that the mind does not need constant activity to function well. In fact, clarity often grows when the mind spends time in silence. In quiet moments, the mind recovers, energy returns, emotional tension dissolves, the nervous system relaxes. This is why allowing silence before sleep becomes so healing. When the mind stops filling every moment with thoughts, it begins transitioning naturally into rest. The body senses that the day is ending. The mind senses that nothing urgent remains. The silence slowly expands. Another important insight helped the Stoics remain comfortable with this quiet space. They understood that silence is not emptiness. It is not the absence of something valuable. It is the presence of awareness without disturbance. Within silence, the mind is not lost. It is simply resting. Many people fear silence because they believe something must always be happening inside the mind. But the Stoics saw silence as one of the most natural states of consciousness. Just as the body needs sleep, the mind needs quiet. When silence appears, the mind does not need to question it. It does not need to measure it.
It only needs to allow it.
Over time, the mind becomes familiar with this quiet atmosphere. Silence begins lasting longer. Thoughts become softer. The mind learns that it does not need to return to constant activity. Peace begins feeling normal. And as the silence gently spreads through awareness, the mind recognizes something deeply reassuring. There is nothing left to solve tonight. Nothing left to rehearse. Nothing left to explain. The day has already ended. Life continues unfolding beyond this moment. And in the quiet space where the mind finally stops trying to control everything, silence expands naturally, carrying the mind gently toward rest. As mental silence begins expanding naturally, the mind slowly becomes more spacious. Thoughts no longer rush in endless lines. Questions soften. The inner world feels calmer, almost like a quiet room after a long day of noise. In that quietness, the mind starts discovering something unexpected. Not everything needs to be finished. For much of life, the mind has been trained to search for closure. When something emotional happens, a disagreement, a misunderstanding, a moment of regret, the mind immediately begins trying to resolve it.
It wants a clear ending. It wants understanding. It wants the feeling that the situation has been completely settled. But life rarely moves in such neat circles. Some conversations end without clarity. Some relationships change without explanation. Some emotional moments remain unfinished. And the mind often struggles with this. It keeps returning to the same moments, trying to close them properly. It searches for the missing sentence that would have fixed everything. It imagines how the situation could have ended differently. It revisits the memory again and again, hoping to reach a satisfying conclusion. But many emotional situations simply do not offer one. The Stoics understood this reality deeply. They saw that one of the mind's greatest sources of exhaustion comes from chasing emotional closure that may never appear. The mind believes it cannot rest until every emotional thread has been tied neatly together. Yet life rarely provides that neatness. So the Stoics practiced a quiet discipline, releasing the need for emotional closure. This does not mean ignoring emotions or pretending events did not matter. It means accepting that some experiences remain open. Some feelings fade gradually, rather than ending with a clear explanation. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people act according to their own understanding of the world. Sometimes their actions will make sense, sometimes they will not. Expecting every situation to resolve perfectly only creates unnecessary suffering. Instead, the Stoics learned to allow emotional situations to remain incomplete. When a memory returned without closure, they did not chase the ending. They simply noticed the feeling and allowed it to exist for a moment. They recognized that the mind was searching for something that might never appear, and then they let the search stop. This practice removes a quiet burden from the mind, because the mind no longer feels responsible for finishing every emotional story. Some experiences become part of life's larger movement without needing a final explanation. A conversation can end imperfectly. A misunderstanding can remain unresolved. A relationship can change without clear reasons. Life continues. The Stoics believed peace grows when the mind stops insisting that every emotional event must reach a satisfying conclusion. Some things simply fade with time. Time itself becomes the closure. Another important insight helped them accept this openness. The Stoics recognized that emotional closure often depends on other people. It may require another person's explanation, apology, or understanding. But other people move through life according to their own paths. They may never provide the ending the mind hopes for. When the mind depends on external closure, it becomes trapped, waiting for something outside its control. The Stoics preferred a different form of freedom. They allowed themselves to close the experience internally, even if the external situation remained unresolved. This internal closure is simple. It begins by acknowledging what happened. Yes, the moment occurred. Yes, the emotions were real. Yes, the outcome may remain unclear. And still, the mind can choose to stop carrying it forward. The Stoics saw this as an act of strength rather than weakness. Releasing the need for emotional closure does not mean the experience did not matter. It means the mind refuses to remain trapped inside unfinished stories. Life continues moving. New experiences arrive. New understanding grows. Sometimes what once felt unresolved slowly becomes less important as time passes. The mind realizes that closure was never truly required for healing to begin. Healing often happens quietly, without a dramatic ending. As the mind practices this discipline, emotional memories lose their sharp edges.
Situations that once demanded resolution begin feeling softer. The mind no longer feels the need to revisit them constantly. They become part of the past, not fully explained, but no longer heavy. The Stoics trusted that life itself creates meaning over time. Not every chapter needs a perfect conclusion in order for the story to continue. And when the mind releases the demand for closure, something gentle happens inside. The search finally stops. The emotional tension fades, and in the quiet space where unfinished stories are allowed to remain unfinished, the mind discovers that peace was never waiting at the end of every explanation. It was waiting in the moment the mind finally allowed life to remain open. As the mind learns to release the need for emotional closure, something subtle begins to change in the way it experiences its own inner world. Situations that once demanded perfect endings slowly lose their grip. Memories that once insisted on explanation begin softening into quiet reflections. The mind becomes lighter. Yet even with this new calm, another hidden habit sometimes continues shaping the inner atmosphere. The habit of taking every thought personally. A thought appears, and almost instantly, the mind treats it as something deeply connected to identity. If the thought is negative, the mind believes something must be wrong with itself. If the thought is anxious, the mind assumes it reflects a personal weakness. If the thought is critical, the mind accepts it as truth about who it is. The thought is no longer just a passing idea, it becomes personal. This happens so quickly that most people never notice it. The mind produces thousands of thoughts each day, and many of them appear automatically. Some reflect memories, some reflect fears, some are simply fragments of experience passing through awareness. But the mind often assumes that every thought must mean something about the person thinking it. The Stoics questioned this assumption. They noticed that thoughts arise from many sources. Some come from habit, some come from emotional memory, some come from temporary moods, some appear simply because the mind is active and creative. Not every thought represents a deep truth. Many thoughts are simply movements within the mind. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind has the ability to observe its thoughts rather than become defined by them. A thought may appear, but it does not automatically describe who a person is. It is simply something the mind produced in that moment. The Stoics practiced allowing thoughts to become less personal. Instead of immediately attaching identity to every thought, they created distance between awareness and the thought itself. When a thought appeared, they did not assume it represented their character or their future. They simply recognized it. A thought about worry might appear. A thought about doubt might arise. A thought about regret might surface. But none of these thoughts had to become part of identity. They were simply passing impressions. This shift changes the emotional weight of thinking. When thoughts are treated as personal judgments, they create pressure. A negative thought feels like criticism. A fearful thought feels like proof of weakness. The mind begins reacting to its own thinking as if it were facing accusations. But when thoughts are seen as temporary events, the pressure dissolves. The mind realizes that thoughts can appear without needing to be believed or defended. A thought can pass through awareness without leaving a mark on identity. Just as a cloud moves across the sky without changing the sky itself. The Stoics believed this understanding protects emotional balance. When thoughts become less personal, the mind becomes less reactive. It no longer feels threatened by every idea that appears. Instead of defending itself against thoughts, the mind simply observes them. This observation creates calm. The mind sees that many thoughts lose their intensity when they are not treated as personal statements. A worrying thought fades more quickly when it is recognized as just a thought rather than a prediction about the future. A self-critical thought loses power when it is seen as a passing mental pattern rather than a permanent truth. Over time, the mind becomes more stable. It stops identifying with every mental movement. Another Stoic insight helped deepen this practice. They recognized that the mind often produces thoughts automatically based on past experiences and emotional patterns. These thoughts appear without conscious choice. But awareness still has the freedom to decide how much attention they deserve. A thought may appear, but attention does not have to follow it. When the mind understands this, it gains freedom from many unnecessary emotional reactions. Thoughts can pass quietly through awareness without becoming stories that define the moment.
The mind remains steady beneath them.
The Stoics saw this as a form of mental maturity. A wise mind does not panic when difficult thoughts appear. It understands that thoughts are temporary visitors rather than permanent residents. They arrive, they stay briefly, they leave. The mind itself remains unchanged. As this habit becomes stronger, the inner world grows calmer. Thoughts continue appearing, but they carry less emotional charge. The mind feels less entangled in its own thinking. Awareness becomes wider than the thoughts moving through it. And in that wider space, something quietly beautiful begins to happen. The mind stops defending itself against its own thoughts. It simply watches them pass, like leaves floating gently down a quiet river, moving onward without ever becoming the river itself. As thoughts begin to feel less personal, the mind slowly gains distance from its own inner movements. Ideas still appear, memories still surface, emotions still rise and fall, but they no longer feel like direct attacks on identity. The mind becomes more like a quiet observer, watching thoughts come and go without being pulled into each one. With this distance comes a new kind of stability. But another quiet source of anxiety often remains hidden beneath many thoughts: the way the mind experiences time. When something difficult happens, the mind tends to shrink the entire world down to that single moment. A problem appears today, and suddenly it feels enormous. A mistake happens in the afternoon, and it begins to feel like something that defines everything. The present moment becomes very narrow. Inside that narrow view, the mind begins to worry. It believes the current difficulty may last forever. The mind imagines the same problem repeating again and again in the future. It feels as if the entire path ahead has been shaped by what is happening right now. This is where anxiety quietly grows. The Stoics noticed this pattern very clearly. They understood that the mind often creates anxiety by viewing time too narrowly. When attention becomes trapped in a single moment, problems appear much larger than they truly are. But when the mind expands its view of time, something remarkable happens. The weight of the moment becomes lighter. Marcus Aurelius practiced this often. When something disturbed him, he reminded himself to look at life from a wider perspective. Instead of seeing only the current moment, he would think about the long flow of time surrounding it. Days become weeks, weeks become years, years become decades.
Seen from that wider horizon, many problems begin shrinking naturally.
A frustrating conversation that felt overwhelming earlier in the day becomes a small event in the context of an entire life. A mistake that once felt deeply important begins looking like a brief learning moment within a much longer journey. The Stoics trained their minds to move beyond the narrow window of the present disturbance. They asked themselves quiet questions.
Will this matter in a year?
Will this moment still feel important after many seasons have passed? Often the answer brought immediate relief. Many things that feel heavy today slowly disappear into memory. The mind simply forgets them as life continues moving forward. The moment that once seemed overwhelming becomes something barely remembered. This realization reduces anxiety because the mind begins understanding that most experiences are temporary. Life continues unfolding, bringing new events, new perspectives, and new understanding. What feels intense now rarely remains that way forever. Time itself softens many things. The Stoics also reflected on the vastness of history. They remembered that countless people had lived before them, each carrying their own struggles, worries, and challenges. Yet time continued moving forward for all of them. The world did not stop. Life kept unfolding. Seen from this wider perspective, the mind begins understanding that its current worry is one small moment within an immense flow of time. This does not make the present moment meaningless, but it places it within a much larger story. And when the mind remembers this larger story, anxiety loses some of its urgency. Another benefit of expanding the view of time is that it restores patience. Anxiety often appears when the mind demands immediate solutions. It wants answers now. It wants certainty now. It wants the future to unfold according to a clear plan. But the Stoics trusted that many things reveal themselves slowly. Understanding grows through experience. Solutions appear through time. When the mind stops demanding immediate clarity, it begins allowing life to unfold naturally. Instead of forcing every outcome, the mind becomes willing to move forward step by step. This patience creates calm. The Stoics believed that anxiety shrinks when the mind recognizes the long rhythm of life. The present moment is not the entire story. It is only one small part of a much larger unfolding. Tomorrow will bring new experiences. Next year will bring new perspectives. Time itself will reshape many things that feel heavy now. When the mind remembers this, it relaxes its grip on the current moment. The present becomes something that can be experienced fully without believing it will last forever. And as the mind rests inside this wider view of time, something gentle begins to happen. The urgency of worry fades. The moment becomes lighter, because the mind quietly understands that life is not defined by any single moment, but by the long and steady flow of time carrying everything forward. As the mind begins expanding its view of time, something subtle starts to change in the way it relates to the future. What once felt urgent begins to feel more spacious. The present moment is no longer seen as the final chapter of life's story, but simply one small moment within a much longer unfolding. This wider view gently reduces anxiety, but even when the mind understands that time will carry many things forward, another habit sometimes continues holding tension in the background: the desire to control tomorrow. Throughout the day, the mind quietly builds plans. It organizes events, predicts outcomes, and tries to arrange the future into a shape that feels safe. Planning itself is not a problem. In fact, thoughtful preparation can bring clarity. But the mind often moves beyond preparation. It begins trying to control what has not yet happened. It imagines conversations that have not occurred. It predicts how people might react. It constructs entire scenarios about how tomorrow should unfold. And once those scenarios are built, the mind begins protecting them. If tomorrow does not follow the expected path, tension appears. The Stoics recognized this pattern clearly. They saw that much of the mind's anxiety comes not from tomorrow itself, but from the effort to control tomorrow before it arrives. The mind tries to arrange the future into certainty, but the future rarely cooperates with those plans. Life moves in ways no mind can fully predict. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the future belongs to nature. Events unfold according to countless causes that no individual mind can control completely. A person can act wisely in the present moment, but the outcome of those actions will always involve factors beyond personal control. Understanding this was deeply freeing for the Stoics. It allowed them to soften their grip on tomorrow.
Instead of trying to control the entire future, they focused their attention on what could actually be guided. Their own thoughts, their own actions, and their own character in the present moment.
Everything beyond that could be allowed to unfold. This shift removes a quiet pressure from the mind. When the mind stops trying to control tomorrow, it stops rehearsing every possible outcome. It no longer feels responsible for predicting every twist of the path ahead. The future becomes something that will be met when it arrives, rather than something that must be perfectly managed tonight. The Stoics trusted their ability to respond wisely when the moment came. They did not need to solve tomorrow before sleep. Another insight helped them release control more easily. They understood that even when tomorrow unfolds differently than expected, the mind still retains its ability to respond with reason, patience, and courage. In other words, wisdom does not depend on perfect prediction. It depends on calm awareness in the moment. When the mind trusts this ability, it becomes less afraid of uncertainty. Tomorrow may bring challenges, but the mind will meet them step by step, just as it has met every other day of life. There is no need to solve those challenges tonight. The Stoics also reflected on how often the future surprises us in positive ways. The mind usually imagines problems when it thinks about tomorrow, but life also brings unexpected opportunities, kindness, and moments of beauty that no plan could predict. Trying to control the future can blind the mind to these possibilities. When the grip of control softens, the future becomes more open. Instead of fearing it, the mind becomes curious about it. Another benefit of releasing control is that it restores the natural rhythm of rest. The mind stops carrying tomorrow into the present moment. It allows the day to end without dragging the future along with it. Tonight belongs to rest. Tomorrow belongs to tomorrow. The Stoics believed this separation protects the mind from exhaustion. When each day is allowed to end fully, the mind can recover its strength. It wakes the next morning with greater clarity and steadiness. Trying to control tomorrow tonight only weakens the mind that will face it. But when the mind releases its grip, something gentle happens inside. The future becomes lighter. Uncertainty stops feeling like a threat. The mind begins trusting the quiet intelligence it has built through experience. Whatever tomorrow brings, the mind will meet it. But that meeting does not need to happen now. Tonight, the future can remain where it belongs, beyond this moment, and in the quiet space where the mind finally stops reaching forward to control what has not yet arrived. Rest begins to settle gently across the mind, preparing it for the new day that will unfold in its own time. As the mind begins softening its grip on tomorrow, something inside slowly relaxes. The future no longer feels like something that must be controlled tonight. Plans can wait. Outcomes can unfold when their time arrives. The mind begins trusting that tomorrow will meet it when the moment comes. And when that pressure fades, another layer of the inner world becomes easier to notice. The quiet hum of mental noise. Throughout the day, the mind gathers countless impressions, small conversations, passing worries, random memories, tiny decisions, fragments of information collected from everything seen, heard, and experienced. None of these thoughts appear very important on their own. But together, They create a kind of background activity inside the mind, a constant movement. Even when the body becomes still, the mind continues whispering. One thought leads to another. A memory appears. A plan forms. A sentence begins inside the mind and quietly continues. This movement often feels normal because it has been present for so long. Yet the Stoics notice something important. The mind does not actually need to silence every thought in order to experience peace. Instead, it can transform mental noise into background silence. At first, this may sound strange. How can noise become silence? The Stoics discovered that the difference lies in attention. When the mind pays strong attention to every thought, each one becomes loud. A small idea becomes something important. A passing worry begins growing. A tiny memory becomes a full story. Attention turns whispers into voices. But when attention relaxes, thoughts lose their volume. They continue moving through the mind, but they no longer demand center stage. Marcus Aurelius often practiced stepping back from the flow of thoughts. Instead of following every idea that appeared, he allowed the mind to observe its activity from a slight distance. Thoughts continued appearing, but they became part of the background. Just as distant sounds in a quiet room do not disturb the peace of the room itself. The Stoics realized that mental silence does not mean the complete absence of thought. The mind is naturally active. Thoughts will continue appearing, just as clouds continue forming in the sky. Silence comes when the mind stops chasing them. When attention rests quietly, thoughts become softer. They pass through awareness without pulling the mind into their direction. The inner world begins feeling spacious rather than crowded. Mental noise loses its authority. Instead of being something the mind must manage, it becomes something the mind simply allows. The Stoics practiced this especially in moments of rest. When the day ended and the body prepared for sleep, they allowed thoughts to continue moving quietly without interference. A memory might appear. It is noticed, and then it fades. A random idea might rise. It is seen, and then it drifts away. The mind does not follow. It does not resist. It simply remains present. Over time, the mind learns that it does not need to react to every thought. Just as background sounds in nature do not disturb a peaceful landscape, background thoughts do not disturb a peaceful mind. They simply exist. Another helpful insight guided this practice. The Stoics understood that attention is the mind's most powerful tool. Wherever attention goes, energy follows. When attention becomes entangled with thoughts, those thoughts grow stronger. But when attention relaxes, thoughts lose their force. They return to the background where they belong. This is how mental noise slowly transforms into silence. Not because thoughts disappear completely, but because the mind stops amplifying them. The inner atmosphere becomes calm. Thoughts continue drifting like quiet echoes, but they no longer demand participation. The Stoics trusted this natural quietness. They knew that the mind contains a deeper stillness beneath its surface activity. When attention stops clinging to thoughts, that stillness becomes easier to feel. It is always there, waiting beneath the movement. As this practice deepens, the mind becomes less disturbed by its own thinking. Thoughts appear and disappear with little resistance. The mind no longer feels crowded or overwhelmed by its inner activity. Instead, everything settles into the background. Breathing becomes steady. Awareness becomes calm. The inner world feels open and quiet. And within that quiet space, the Stoics discovered something deeply comforting. Silence was never something that had to be forced. It was something that naturally appeared when the mind stopped treating every thought as something important.
In that gentle stillness, mental noise fades into the background, and the mind finally rests inside the quiet that had always been there. As mental noise slowly fades into the background, the mind begins to feel wider and calmer. Thoughts no longer rush through awareness with the same urgency. They move more quietly now, like distant sounds that no longer demand attention. The mind discovers that silence does not require perfect stillness, only a gentle distance from the constant movement of thought. And in this calmer space, something else begins to change, the way the mind carries problems into the night. Throughout the day, problems often appear large. A difficult conversation, an unfinished task, a misunderstanding, or a worry about something ahead. These moments can grow heavy while the mind is active and alert. The mind examines them closely, trying to understand them, solve them, or control them. But when evening arrives, the Stoics believed something different should happen. The night was not meant to be a continuation of the day's battles. It was meant to soften them. Many people carry their problems into the night as if they must keep working on them. The mind reopens the same situations again and again. It searches for answers, replaying details, predicting outcomes, and imagining solutions that may never appear in those quiet hours. The body lies down, but the mind continues standing. The Stoics recognized that this habit keeps the mind restless. Problems that seemed manageable during the day begin to feel heavier when the mind studies them in the darkness of night. Without the distractions of daylight, the mind can easily magnify them. A small concern becomes something enormous. A simple uncertainty becomes something frightening. But the Stoics practiced a different discipline. They allowed problems to become smaller in the night. This does not mean ignoring them forever. It simply means recognizing that night is not the time when most problems are solved. The mind is tired. The body is preparing for rest. Wisdom often comes more easily after the mind has recovered its strength. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that many things feel more serious when the mind is exhausted. The mind loses perspective when it is tired. Situations that are simple in the morning can appear overwhelming late at night. Knowing this, the Stoics gently set their problems aside before sleep. They reminded themselves of a quiet truth. Most problems do not require answers tonight. The future will still be there tomorrow. Situations will unfold step by step, just as they always have. The mind will meet them with fresh energy when the sun returns. Tonight, the mind can allow them to shrink. One way the Stoics practiced this was by changing how they looked at problems in the evening. Instead of studying every detail, they stepped back and viewed the situation from a wider distance. Seen from this distance, the problem became one small part of a much larger life. The mind remembered how many difficulties had already passed before. Problems that once seemed overwhelming eventually became memories. Many situations solved themselves through time, patience, or simple understanding. Remembering this helped the mind relax. The current problem no longer felt like the center of existence. It became one moment within a long flow of experiences, and within that wider view, its size naturally reduced. Another Stoic insight helped strengthen this discipline. They understood that rest itself is part of solving problems. A tired mind struggles to see clearly. It becomes trapped in narrow thinking. But when the mind sleeps, something remarkable happens. Thoughts reorganize, emotions settle, new perspectives appear. Often the solution that seemed impossible at night becomes obvious the next morning. But this clarity requires the mind to rest first. If the mind keeps struggling through the night,
it deprives itself of the very recovery that would bring understanding.
The Stoics trusted the wisdom of rest. They believed that letting problems become smaller at night was not avoidance. It was intelligent patience. The mind was allowed to recover its balance so that tomorrow's thinking could be clearer and stronger.
As the night deepens, problems begin losing their sharp edges.
The mind stops analyzing them, stops measuring them, stops carrying them so tightly. They remain somewhere in the distance, but they no longer occupy the center of attention.
Breathing slows.
The body relaxes. The mind begins settling into quiet.
And in that quiet, the Stoics discovered something deeply reassuring.
Most problems shrink naturally when the mind stops holding them so close. They lose their urgency. They lose their weight. And by the time morning arrives, many of them will already feel smaller than they did the night before. Tonight, the mind does not need to carry them.
Tonight, they can rest quietly at the edges of awareness,
while the mind returns to the deeper stillness it has been searching for all along. As problems begin shrinking naturally in the quiet of the night, the mind discovers a new kind of relief. Situations that once felt heavy start losing their intensity. The mind stops holding them so tightly, and slowly they move to the edges of awareness, where they no longer dominate the inner world.
In this calmer space, another realization begins to appear. Much of the mind's suffering does not come from events themselves.
It comes from how the mind interprets them. During the day, something simple may happen. A person says a short sentence. A message goes unanswered. A plan changes unexpectedly. None of these events are large on their own. Yet the mind rarely leaves them in their original form. It begins interpreting. Why did they say that? What did they really mean? Is something wrong? Did I do something incorrect? A small moment becomes a long chain of mental explanations. The mind builds meaning around the event, and those meanings begin shaping emotions. The Stoics noticed this pattern very clearly. They saw that events themselves are often neutral. What creates emotional disturbance is the story the mind attaches to them. A situation happens, and the mind immediately tries to explain it, interpret it, and decide what it must mean. But these interpretations are rarely certain. They are guesses. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind has the power to pause before accepting its own interpretations. When something happens, the mind can observe the event itself without immediately building a story around it. This simple pause changes everything. Instead of reacting to the interpretation, the mind begins seeing the event more clearly.
A delayed reply becomes simply a delayed reply.
A short conversation becomes simply a short conversation. A mistake becomes simply a mistake. Without the layers of interpretation, the emotional weight disappears. The Stoics practiced reducing interpretation deliberately. They trained themselves to describe events in simple, factual ways rather than through emotional narratives. For example, instead of thinking, "This situation is terrible and everything is going wrong," the Stoic mind might quietly note, "A difficulty has appeared." Instead of thinking, "That person disrespected me," the Stoic mind might observe, "That person spoke in a certain way." This shift may seem small, but it transforms the inner experience. When interpretation decreases, emotional storms lose their energy. The mind stops fueling reactions with imagined meaning. It begins responding to reality rather than reacting to the stories it created about reality. This is where peace begins to grow, because interpretation often multiplies problems that did not originally exist.
Another reason interpretation creates tension is that it assumes knowledge the mind does not truly possess. When the mind interprets someone else's actions, it often guesses about their intentions, thoughts, and feelings. But these guesses are rarely accurate. People act for countless reasons the mind cannot see. The Stoics recognized that assuming hidden meanings only creates confusion. When interpretation stops, the mind becomes simpler. It deals with what is visible rather than inventing explanations for everything. Life becomes easier to carry. The Stoics also understood that reducing interpretation protects emotional balance. When the mind stops creating dramatic stories around events, it remains steady even when situations change. Events happen, but the mind stays calm. Instead of reacting immediately, it observes first. This observation creates clarity. The mind becomes less reactive and more thoughtful. Instead of becoming overwhelmed by assumptions, it focuses on what can actually be understood and responded to. And often that response becomes simpler. Sometimes nothing needs to be done. Sometimes patience is enough. Sometimes the event simply passes. The Stoics believe that many emotional burdens disappear when interpretation fades. What once seemed like a personal attack becomes a simple misunderstanding. What once seemed like failure becomes part of learning. The mind no longer adds unnecessary meaning to every experience. It allows life to remain straightforward. As this practice deepens, the mind grows quieter. Thoughts slow down. Reactions soften. The inner world becomes less crowded with explanations and assumptions. Instead of interpreting every moment, the mind begins experiencing each moment directly. And in that direct experience, peace appears naturally, not because life has become perfect, but because the mind has stopped turning every small event into something larger than it truly is. When interpretation fades, reality becomes lighter, and within that lighter reality, the mind finally discovers the quiet simplicity where true peace begins. As the mind begins reducing its habit of constant interpretation, a surprising quiet begins to spread through the inner world. Situations no longer grow heavy with imagined meaning. Events remain simpler, lighter, and easier to carry. The mind stops building large emotional stories around every small moment, and when those stories fade, something new becomes visible. The mind itself, not the thoughts within it, not the interpretations, not the reactions, but the space where all of those things appear. The Stoics often turned their attention toward this deeper observation. Instead of becoming absorbed in every thought that passed through the mind, they learned to step back and watch the movement of their inner world with calm awareness. They began treating the mind like a quiet landscape. In a natural landscape, many things happen at once. Clouds drift across the sky. Wind moves through trees. Shadows shift across the ground. Rivers flow quietly through valleys. None of these movements disturb the landscape itself. They simply pass through it. The Stoics discovered that the mind works in a very similar way. Thoughts appear like clouds. Emotions move like changing weather. Memories rise and fade like distant echoes. But beneath all of these movements, there is something stable: awareness itself. When the mind stops chasing every thought and begins observing them instead, it starts noticing this deeper stillness. The mind realizes that it does not have to react to everything that appears inside it. It can simply watch. Marcus Aurelius practiced this often. When difficult thoughts appeared, he did not immediately follow them into long chains of reaction. Instead, he looked at them quietly, almost as if he were watching a natural scene unfold. A thought would appear.
He would notice it.
and then he would allow it to move on. This practice removes a great deal of tension from the mind.
When the mind stops treating every thought as something urgent, thoughts begin losing their power. They become like passing weather, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, but always temporary.
Just as storms eventually pass across a landscape, difficult thoughts eventually move through the mind. The Stoics trusted this natural movement. They did not try to control every mental event. They simply allowed the mind to reveal its own rhythm. When attention rests quietly, the mind often settles on its own. Thoughts become less frequent. Emotions soften. The inner atmosphere becomes calmer. Observing the mind like a landscape also helps create distance from emotional reactions. When a strong feeling appears, frustration, sadness, worry, the mind does not have to become overwhelmed by it.
Instead, it can observe the feeling as part of the changing inner weather.
The feeling is present. It moves through awareness. And eventually, it fades. This does not mean ignoring emotions. The Stoics believed emotions should be noticed clearly. But noticing is different from becoming lost inside them.
A storm can be seen without believing the entire world has become the storm.
Another important benefit of this practice is that it builds patience. When the mind observes itself quietly, it becomes less eager to react immediately. Thoughts and emotions are given time to settle before action takes place. This pause creates wisdom. Instead of reacting impulsively, the mind responds thoughtfully. The Stoics believed that this calm observation allows reason to guide decisions rather than emotional turbulence. Over time, the mind becomes familiar with this peaceful perspective. Thoughts continue appearing, but they feel smaller against the wider background of awareness. Emotions continue rising, but they no longer feel overwhelming. The inner landscape remains steady. Even when clouds pass across the sky itself remains unchanged. This understanding becomes deeply comforting. The mind realizes that it does not have to eliminate every thought in order to experience peace. It only needs to recognize that thoughts are temporary visitors within a much larger space. Awareness remains quiet beneath them. As the night deepens, this landscape becomes easier to feel. Breathing slows. The body relaxes. Thoughts drift through the mind like distant clouds moving across a vast sky. And the mind rests gently inside that wide and quiet space, no longer trying to control every movement within it. Just watching. Just allowing. Just resting in the calm landscape that has been there all along. As the mind begins observing itself like a quiet landscape, a new sense of spaciousness starts to unfold. Thoughts drift through awareness like clouds. Emotions rise and fade like changing weather. And the mind slowly realizes that not every inner movement needs to be controlled. The landscape remains steady even when things move across it. And within this wider awareness, another habit of the mind quietly becomes visible. The urge to fix everything. Throughout life, the mind has learned to respond quickly to problems. When something feels uncomfortable, the mind immediately begins searching for a solution. When an emotion appears, the mind tries to remove it. When uncertainty arises, the mind begins constructing plans to eliminate it. This instinct feels helpful. After all, solving problems is part of living. But the mind often carries this habit too far. It begins trying to fix everything that appears inside it. A difficult thought appears, and the mind tries to remove it. A feeling of worry arises, and the mind tries to solve it immediately. A memory returns, and the mind attempts to rewrite it. Soon, the mind becomes a constant repair workshop, working endlessly on every small disturbance. The Stoics noticed how exhausting this becomes. They realized that not every experience requires fixing. Some thoughts simply need to pass. Some emotions only need to be felt for a moment. Some situations resolve themselves naturally without constant mental effort. Trying to fix everything keeps the mind restless. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that many things in life unfold according to forces beyond personal control. A person can guide their own actions and judgments, but they cannot repair every circumstance, change every outcome, or correct every emotion instantly. Accepting this truth allows the mind to rest. The Stoics practiced releasing the need to fix everything. When a difficult thought appeared, they did not rush to eliminate it. Instead, they allowed it to exist without immediately trying to solve it. The mind acknowledged the thought and then allowed it to fade naturally. When an uncomfortable feeling appeared, they did not fight it. They simply noticed it and allowed it to move through awareness. This shift creates a surprising sense of freedom, because the mind is no longer responsible for repairing every small disturbance. It can allow life to move. Another insight helped strengthen this practice. The Stoics recognized that the mind often tries to fix things that are not actually problems. A temporary mood becomes something the mind tries to correct. A passing worry becomes something the mind feels obligated to solve.
But many of these experiences would disappear on their own if the mind simply allowed them to pass.
The act of fixing sometimes keeps the problem alive. Attention feeds the disturbance, but when attention relaxes, the disturbance fades. The Stoics trusted the natural intelligence of the mind. Just as the body heals small injuries without constant interference, the mind often restores its balance when it is given space. Silence allows thoughts to settle. Rest allows emotions to soften. Time allows understanding to grow. Trying to force these processes often creates more tension. Releasing the need to fix everything also strengthens patience. When the mind accepts that not every problem must be solved immediately, it becomes calmer in the presence of uncertainty. Situations can unfold. Answers can appear later. The mind no longer feels pressured to solve the entire future in a single moment. This patience protects the mind from exhaustion, because life becomes something to participate in rather than something to constantly repair. The Stoics believed that wisdom lies in recognizing what truly requires action and what simply requires acceptance. Some problems require thoughtful response, but many situations only require observation and time. Knowing the difference creates peace. When the mind releases its constant effort to correct every disturbance, something gentle begins to happen. Thoughts become lighter. Emotions move more freely. The inner world becomes less crowded with effort. Instead of working endlessly, the mind begins resting within the flow of experience. And in that restful awareness, the Stoics discovered something quietly powerful. Life does not need to be fixed in every moment. Many things resolve themselves when the mind stops interfering. The landscape of the mind becomes calm again. Thoughts pass, feelings soften. The night deepens, and in the quiet space where the mind finally releases the responsibility of fixing everything, peace begins settling naturally into the stillness that was waiting all along. As the mind begins releasing the need to fix everything, a gentle calm starts settling across the inner world. Thoughts are no longer treated like urgent problems that must be solved immediately. Emotions are allowed to rise and fade without constant interference. The mind begins trusting that many things resolve naturally when they are given space.
But even within this calm, the mind still has a familiar habit.
It wanders. Sometimes it drifts backward into the past, replaying memories that have already ended. Other times it stretches forward into the future, imagining possibilities that have not yet arrived. The mind travels through time constantly, often without noticing that it has left the present moment behind. When this happens, tension quietly returns, because the past cannot be changed and the future cannot be fully controlled. The Stoics recognized this movement very clearly. They saw how easily the mind abandons the present moment in search of something it believes will bring clarity or safety. Yet in doing so, it leaves the only place where life is actually happening: the present. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself of a simple truth: the present moment is all anyone ever truly possesses. The past has already dissolved into memory. The future remains unwritten. Only this moment, this breath, this awareness exists fully. Returning to it restores balance. The Stoics practiced a quiet discipline whenever the mind began wandering too far. They gently guided attention back to the present moment. Not with force, not with frustration, but with calm awareness. They noticed where the mind had traveled, and then they returned. Sometimes this return was as simple as noticing the rhythm of breathing. The mind would feel the body inhaling, then exhaling. Each breath became a small anchor that brought attention back to the immediate moment. Breathing happens only now. It cannot occur in the past or in the future. Other times, they return to the present by observing their surroundings: the quiet sounds in the room, the feeling of the body resting, the gentle stillness of the night. These small observations reminded the mind that life is unfolding here, not inside imagined timelines. The Stoics believed that much of human suffering comes from leaving the present moment too often. When the mind lives in the past, it carries regret. When the mind lives in the future, it carries anxiety. But when the mind returns to the present, both of these burdens become lighter. Because in the present moment, most of those problems are not actually happening. Right now, the body is resting. Right now, the breath is steady. Right now, nothing else needs to be solved. Another powerful insight guided this discipline. The Stoics understood that life unfolds one moment at a time. No person ever faces their entire future all at once. Every challenge arrives step by step, and every solution appears within its own moment. The mind does not need to live ahead of itself. It only needs to meet the moment that is here. When the mind remembers this, it becomes less overwhelmed by the idea of everything that might happen. Tomorrow will bring its own moments. Next week will bring its own decisions. Tonight only requires rest. Returning to the present also creates a sense of clarity. When attention settles here, the mind becomes quieter. Thoughts slow down because they are no longer chasing distant events. Awareness becomes sharper. The mind sees things more clearly. And in that clarity, many worries lose their strength. They belong to times that are not happening right now. The Stoics practiced this return again and again. Each time the mind wandered, they gently brought it back. Over time, this movement became natural. The mind learned that it could always come home to the present moment, no matter how far it had drifted. This practice creates a deep feeling of stability. The present moment becomes a safe place where the mind can rest. It is always available. It does not depend on the past being perfect or the future being certain. It simply exists. As the night deepens, returning to the present becomes even easier. The world grows quiet. The day has ended. The mind no longer needs to move through time searching for answers. Everything that exists right now is simple: breathing, stillness, awareness.
And as the mind rests inside this moment, something peaceful begins to spread through the inner world. Because the present moment has always carried a quiet truth.
Nothing else needs to be held right now. Nothing else needs to be solved. There is only this moment.
And in this moment, the mind is finally free to rest.
The mind was never meant to carry the entire weight of life all at once. Yet somewhere along the way, it learned to hold everything. Every worry, every unfinished conversation, every imagined future, every silent judgment. Night after night it kept working, solving, explaining, rehearsing, never realizing that peace was not something to build, but something to return to. Tonight, you practiced something the Stoics understood deeply. You allowed thoughts to pass without chasing them. You allowed problems to become smaller in the quiet of the night. You loosened the need to control tomorrow. You softened the inner judge. You stepped back from interpretations, rehearsals, and endless explanations. And slowly, gently, the mind remembered something it had forgotten for a long time.
Stillness was always there. Not something to force.
Not something to fight for. Just something that appears when the mind stops carrying what it was never meant to hold. If this session helped your mind breathe a little easier tonight, write "quiet mind" in the comments. It lets me know you stayed until the end of the journey, and it might remind someone else that they're not the only one learning how to rest again. And if you want more deep Stoic sessions like this to calm the mind, heal emotional exhaustion, and help you sleep peacefully, make sure to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next one. Now allow the mind to stay exactly where it is, quiet, light, and finally at rest.